In part 2, Jasper has always controlled emotions, but Bella's are different. They don't want to be contained, they want to be felt. As she begins to find calm around him, Jasper realizes her feelings are bleeding into his own. This is no longer just about healing, it's about something far more powerful. I tried to let go of the knife, but Jasper's hand over mine prevented my muscles from relaxing. I knew I should say something, but I was afraid that as soon as I did he would let go. If I didn't move, if I didn't make a sound, could we stay here like this indefinitely? His large, smooth hand cradling mine. I turned my face up to look at him over my shoulder. He was watching me intently, his eyes full of concern. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. I nodded. "Will you put down the knife?" I nodded again, and then my fears came true and he lifted his hand off mine, taking a small step back in the process. I turned back to look at the counter and released the handle. I moved to the side and he stepped forward beside me, picking up the discarded knife. "Okay, now what do I do?" Numbly, I explained how to trim the chicken pieces. Then, remembering the ground beef, I washed my hands and moved back to the stove top. I continued cooking, draining the fat, stirring in the seasonings, beans and green chilies. Next I moved to the stew, opening the cans of chickpeas. Then draining and rinsing them. Slowly I started to relax and fall into a natural rhythm. I liked cooking. It felt comfortable and familiar and I liked the feeling of satisfaction I saw people enjoying the final product. I wasn't a gourmet by any stretch, the food I made was simple and filling. But that's really all that Charlie and I needed. I smiled as I thought of Charlie. I knew he wouldn't say much, but he'd appreciate all this nevertheless. I looked over to find Jasper casually leaning against the counter, watching me with a thoughtful expression, the trimmed chicken arranged on a large plate. "Ready for seasoning." "What?" I asked, a little self-conscious. "Nothing," he said, "I just like you like this." You were lost in the moment and I was enjoying the sheer contentment that was radiating from you. It was lovely. I blushed, as if I had been caught doing something wrong. He called me lovely. No, he called your feelings lovely. There's a huge difference. Damn that voice of reason. "Ready for more chopping?" I asked to distract myself. "Just tell me what to do." I had him wash his hands first, and then instructed him in the different ways I needed him to. "Chop all of the vegetables and the sausage." My brows furrowed a little looking at the huge pile. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing, really. It's just that timing is everything and I was counting on both of us to do this, to go faster." "You know," he laughed. "Bella, I think you're forgetting who I am." I looked at him, puzzled. He picked up a knife and started chopping so fast his hand and the knife were a blur. In seconds, I had a perfect pile of chopped peppers. My eyes opened wide. "You're better than a food processor," I whispered. "I don't know anything about food processors, but it sounds like I can get this done quickly enough to suit your needs." I nodded, still awed. He kept chopping while I mixed, layered, seasoned and generally put all the dishes together. I placed the taco casserole in the preheated oven and left the stew and chicken dish simmering on the stove top. I set the timer I found in one of the drawers and washed my hands at the sink, wiping them off guiltily on some of Esme's decorative towels. Jasper followed my lead and washed his hands off as well. "Now what?" he asked. "Now we wait. The stew will have to be stirred occasionally, but for the most part this is a good time to clean up." "I'll help," he said. We worked on the cleanup, throwing away empty cans and packaging, washing, drying and putting away the utensils that were no longer necessary. I loved the feeling of the two of us there together. It was so familiar and domestic, as if we had done it 100 times before. Every once in a while I would look over to catch him watching me or vice versa and, without the slightest feeling of discomfort, we would give each other an easy, satisfied smile. Jasper never touched me again, but he was close enough that the lack of actual physical contact didn't matter. I knew that at least with regard to me, his training was over, and he was fully in control of his bloodlust. When the cleanup was done I walked over to the snack-laden portion of the kitchen and grabbed a soda. I opened it and took a deep gulp. Cooking was thirsty work. Bella, I heard him ask. Yes. I put down the soda, wondering why he suddenly sounded unsure of himself. I wonder if I could If you wouldn't mind, I mean it would be a big favor if you. I looked at him quizzically. Jasper was normally so cool and collected. I wondered why he was suddenly so rattled. What is it, Jasper? Do you need me to do something? Not exactly, he hedged. It's just that, as appealing as the smell of all this food must be to you, it's not really doing much for me. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. Oh no, I said. Should we open some windows? Air the place out? No, he said quickly. I will do that after you leave. But for now there might be an easier solution. I thought maybe I could just replace these odors with a scent more pleasing to me. Oh, I said, confused about what this had to do with me. Like an air freshener. Something like that. He was smiling as he replied. Okay. Do you have one? No, but you do. I do. Yes. He paused, looking unsure again. Actually, I was hoping you would let me replace all this. He waved his hand to encompass the entire kitchen. With your scent. Oh, that was all I could get out as my breath caught at the realization of what he was asking. Desperately I searched my mind to make sure I had showered and put on deodorant this morning. Thankfully, I was sure that I had. Okay, I said tentatively. How do you want to do that? Well, he walked towards me until he was standing directly behind me. As close as two people could be without actually touching. I felt his hand reach up towards my ponytail. Do you mind if I take this off? He asked as he tugged on the elastic band that held my hair away from my face. I wasn't sure I could speak, so I just shook my head. I reached up with one hand to grab the kitchen counter for support. I was absolutely giddy and my knees were weak. Without the counter there I probably would not have been able to stand upright. He hooked his fingers into the elastic and slowly pulled the ponytail holder off. My hair cascaded down my back. My breath caught again as he breathed in sharply and a low, rumbling murmur of appreciation escaped his throat. Then he leaned in, his nose millimeters from my cheek, and inhaled deeply, sensuously. My grip on the counter tightened. It wouldn't do right now to collapse at his feet. Jasper continued to take deep breaths. I was getting dizzy from lack of oxygen. Breathe, Bella, he whispered in my ear. I knew he didn't mean to be seductive, but his voice sent a shiver through me and raised goosebumps on my flesh. I breathed in and was completely overwhelmed by his incredible spicy scent. It was the scent from last night, but so much more powerful, concentrated. I couldn't identify the components, except that it was at once familiar and exotic and so very, very masculine. Edward's scent had been beautiful and sweet, and at the time I thought it was as good as any smell could get, but Jasper didn't smell beautiful, he smelled like a man. His scent held perfectly balanced hints of power, mystery, excitement, and tenderness. I breathed him in again and swayed, my senses nearly overpowering the part of my brain that retained a tenuous grip on motor control. Only my tight hold on the counter saved me from falling back against his chest. Jasper reached up again, this time gathering my hair in his hand and cradling the hand to his face as he continued to deeply inhale. Standing so close to him without the cover of my hair, my neck suddenly felt cool and exposed. I shivered again, but it wasn't from the temperature. The part of me that was still able to think rationally marveled at the situation I found myself in, my vulnerable neck inches away from the jaws of a powerful predator who in the past wanted nothing more than to drain me of my blood. But as with Edward before him, I was not afraid. I knew that I was absolutely safe. The other part of me, the irrational part that could only feel, was absolutely undone, and became even more so when Jasper whispered, "Bella, darlin', yours is the most heavenly aroma I have ever encountered. I could stop breathing now forever and the memory of you would keep me completely satisfied." His head dipped, almost touching my shoulder as he railed his nose along the shoulder and the side of my neck up to my ear. My whole body was trembling and I let out a small, involuntary whimper. His face was so close to mine. I knew that all I had to do was turn my head and our lips would finally meet. The thought of kissing him sent another electric charge through my body. And then the desire to kiss him grew stronger, more powerful, completely overwhelming. And the only thing I could do was to turn my head until my eyes met the liquid gold of his. I was about to lean in, when Jasper abruptly looked away and took a step back. "Oh my God, Bella, I'm so sorry. I swore I would never let this happen." I stared at him, my heart still racing. He was clearly upset, and I could understand why. Hadn't I been worried about the same thing with Mike? That he would take some innocent gesture and mistake it for more than I felt, more than I was able to give. And here I was doing the same thing to Jasper, who only wanted to be my friend. Somehow I had to make this right. Make it possible for him to be comfortable around me again. I forced a laugh. "It's okay, Jasper," I said. "We both know you didn't mean to. I understand. No big deal. We all forget ourselves sometimes. Still friends, right?" He looked at me, bewildered. "You're not." "It's not a big deal," I said quickly, before he could finish his question. No matter what adjective he would have inserted at the end, upset, disappointed, heartbroken, it would have been too painful to hear. Let's just forget this happened. Just a slip, but not a fall. No need to make a mountain out of a molehill, okay? He nodded, hesitantly. I could see he was still unconvinced. I had to come up with a distraction. "Say, do you know anything about 20th century American poets?" A look of complete confusion crossed his face. "A little," he said, brows still drawn together, like he was trying to find a link between the two conversations. "We have to do this thing for English. Our teacher wants us to find a favorite love poem by a 20th century American poet and do a presentation on it, then do the same on a poem chosen by our partner. The thing is, we can't use anything out of our textbook. And I know next to nothing about this subject. So, do you have any suggestions? You want me to help you choose your favorite love poem. Favorite 20th century American love poem," I corrected. "For my favorite, I think I would still turn to English classics." He nodded his understanding. "I might have a couple of suggestions, and I'm sure Carlyle has books in his study that might help. Medicine may be his first love, but poetry is his passion. In fact, he's written some beautiful verses himself, though I'm afraid he's neither 20th century nor American, so those won't be of much help with your assignment." I looked at him, surprised. I never thought of Carlyle's interests beyond medicine. Now that Jasper mentioned it, though, I could easily see Carlyle as a poet. "When do you have to do the presentation?" "Next Thursday. But I'm getting together with my partner to work on it Sunday, so I need to select a poem by then." "We could go up to Carlyle's study now," he suggested. I looked at the stove top. I didn't like the idea of leaving the food unattended. He saw my reluctance. "Or how about I find some books for you tonight and have them ready for you tomorrow?" "Thanks, Jasper. That would be great." I had just chosen this topic as a distraction. I really didn't want to spend the afternoon working on the assignment. "So who's your partner?" he asked. "Mike Newton," I replied, and watched as Jasper's face became cold and emotionless. Instantly I was reminded of his completely unreasonable reaction to Mike last night, and the anger it provoked in me. If not for this moment, I would have completely forgotten my promise to address this issue today. "Do you have a problem with Mike?" I asked, crossing my arms. He looked away. "No, could have fooled me," I said angrily. Quote, "You gave me a hard time about the conversation I had with him last night, and now this, I don't get it." He actually physically turned away from me now, making it clear that he did not want to participate in this conversation. I said a quick, silent thanks that I didn't try to tackle this topic last night on the phone. It would have turned into a very short call. But here, in the same house, wasn't about to let him get away with evading my questions. I marched over to him and lowered my head to look up into his downcast eyes. "Hey, I thought we were having a discussion." He straightened and took a step back. But at least he was looking at me again. "Forget it, Bella. It's nothing." "Oh, nothing. I see. I guess I must not know you at all, because it sure as heck feels like something on this end." But fine. If you want it to be like that, go ahead. I turned on my heel and walked back to the stove. Frustrated, I pulled the lid off the stew and stirred the contents vigorously. I couldn't believe he was just going to gloss over this whole thing knowing how much it was bothering me. With nothing more to do in the kitchen, I went into the living room and grabbed the remote before settling in on the sofa. I turned on the TV and flipped the channels until I found a rerun of a sitcom I recognized. I folded my arms across my chest and stared at the TV, fuming. After a couple of minutes, Jasper came in and sat down next to me. Only a half hour ago I would have been absolutely thrilled to be in such close proximity to him. Now, I pushed myself up and moved down to the edge of the sofa, increasing the distance between us. What was the point of sitting close to him when all he wanted was friendship and, at least for the moment, I wasn't feeling friendly at all? He sighed a heavy sigh. Bella. I didn't respond. If he wanted to say something he would have to do it without an invitation. Come on, Bella. I treated him to an icy glare before I looked away. I heard him turn off the TV. It just took me by surprise. That's all. I wasn't expecting it. You hadn't told me things between you two had changed. I turned back towards him. I could see he was being sincere. You said the same thing last night. About things between Mike and me changing, but nothing has changed. We're still just friends. It sure looked like more than that last night. He had his hands all over you. My face scrunched up in confusion. What? It was just a hug. A friendly hug. Didn't you hear what we actually said? He looked at me darkly. I knew he heard every word and was replaying it in his mind right now. Jasper, remember when I came to you for advice last week and you said to be honest with him, to tell him that I wasn't ready? Well, that's what I did. And, again, your advice worked perfectly. We're back to being friends and things aren't awkward anymore. So now you're comfortable enough to get together with him on the weekend to discuss favorite love poems. Wasn't there anyone else in the class you could have worked with? I looked at him carefully. This was something more than an overprotective friend, more even than an overprotective brother. This was something else. He was acting angry, almost jealous. But, of course, he wouldn't be jealous. So it had to be anger. But why? Mike was the best choice and he is a friend. Why shouldn't I work with him? Don't you think it's a little cruel to hang out with him and give him false hope when you know he wants more than friendship? Ooh, that was below the belt, especially since he was doing the same thing to me. Mike knows where we stand. He knows things won't go further until I'm ready. Jasper looked at me sharply. So someday things will go further. I pulled my fingers through my hair. As if this conversation hadn't been uncomfortable enough already. I can only give you the same answer I gave him last night. Maybe someday I'll be ready. I don't know right now. All I know is that I'm not ready for that today. But if that day comes, so what? It's not like there's anyone else in my life. Do you really think Mike is that bad? He didn't respond right away. You could do worse, he finally said, begrudgingly. I could see it took a lot out of him to make that concession. I shook my head and looked down at my knees. I still didn't know where all this hostility towards Mike was coming from, but it didn't look like I was going to get any answers today. I just hate that he gets to spend all this time with you, Bella. He sees you at school, all day every day, and then several days a week after school at work. And now he'll take away some of your remaining time. I guess I'm just worried that if you start going out with him you won't have time for me at all. I looked up. He was jealous, but only of my time. He didn't want anyone to take away from his time with me while he was still here. I could understand that. I wanted to spend as much time with him as I could too. Jasper, I whispered, I'm here right now. I'll be here tomorrow, and we'll have all day Saturday. And Sunday I'll try to come over in between. In between? He asked, confused. Yes. Didn't I mention? I'm going to La Push in the morning with Charlie to have brunch with Jacob and his dad. That's what the rest of the groceries are for, I said, pointing towards the untouched fourth pile of food in the kitchen. You're cooking for Jacob? He asked. running his fingers through his hair. And Billy and Charlie, I added. I haven't seen Jake in a week and Billy in over 2 weeks. You know I usually go to La Push Saturdays. But this week I'll be with you, so I thought a Sunday brunch would be a good compromise. We'll eat, and then when the game starts I'll come to see you until I have to go to Mike's. You're going to see both Jake and Mike on Sunday. And you. I was starting to feel like we were playing a game of telephone. Everything was repeated, but not quite correctly. And I'll call you at night, as usual. Right. I couldn't figure out the look on his face. But Saturday. I'm yours morning to midnight. I smiled. And I have the prefect alibi. Ben and Angela are going to Olympia for the day and we'll tell everyone I'm going with them. Isn't that great? He looked relieved. He may have intended to say something else, but just then the kitchen timer buzzed. It was time to deal with the food. I prepared the box I had brought by placing a couple of large towels at the bottom to protect my hands and the box from the heat and to insulate the pots and casserole dish. I took the pots off the stove and placed them in the box. I then removed the casserole from the over and added it to the box as well. Jasper had bagged the remaining groceries, including items that he had placed in the fridge. How much do I owe you? I asked. Jasper rolled his eyes. How much? You promised. He handed me the receipt. I took out my wallet and counted out the cash I had taken from the house fund this morning. Thanks, Jasper, for everything. Impulsively, I stepped up to him and wrapped my arms around him. He felt hard and cool and exactly right. I placed my face against his chest and squeezed my arms tighter, knowing full well that the extra pressure would have no effect on him. At first his arms hung at his side, but in a second they were wrapped around me, pulling me into an even tighter embrace. I stayed as long as I could, until almost all the oxygen was squeezed out of my lungs. Can't breathe, I choked out. He immediately let me go. Are you all right? Did I hurt you? His voice was full of concern. I shook my head and took a deep breath. I'm fine, Jasper. Really, we'll just have to work on the pressure. That was a little too much. I smiled at him reassuringly. You got it, he said, smiling back. Practice makes perfect. Help me get all this stuff to the car. I asked. Of course, he said as he picked up the box. I grabbed the groceries and we walked back out to the truck. Him placed the box in the passenger seat to make it easier to take out at home. I put the groceries in the passenger side footwell and closed the passenger door. So, I said, turning to him, I'll talk to you tonight. I look forward to it, he said. I'll have some poetry recommendations ready for you. Another hug, I asked hopefully. He opened his arms and I gladly stepped in. This time his arms formed a loose circle around me, giving me plenty of room to breathe. He lowered his face so that his cheek rested on the top of my head. One of his hands moved in circles on my back. This is nice, Jasper, I murmured. It is, darlin', he agreed, it surely is. I hung on to the feeling of that last hug all the way home. Much as I didn't want to think about it, being wrapped up in Jasper's arms reminded me of Edward and all the wonderful embraces we shared before that horrible moment when, with a few well-chosen words, he ripped my perfect world into a million pieces. Even though I hated him for the way he left me, I had to admit I still missed those few intimacies he had allowed, and the way he could dazzle me and make my heart race just by standing near me. Of course, Edward Arlie wasn't the only vampire to have that effect on me. I still could not believe how incredible I felt in that kitchen with Jasper, where he hadn't even touched me. I thought back to our Tuesday night conversation. Was he right? Was my reaction to him this strong because I saw him as a substitute for Edward? Could it be that my completely unreasonable and illogical physical attraction to Jasper were merely a result of my need to be close to someone, anyone, who had the cool marble skin, amazing topaz eyes and an inhumanly melodic voice? And if this was, indeed, the explanation, did that make me a better person, or worse? I wasn't quite sure. If I was actually responding to Jasper, I was fickle. If I was responding to an Edward substitute, I was delusional. Both options seemed equally awful. I was finally able to stop thinking about all this when I pulled into the driveway at my house. I quickly brought in the food and groceries. I turned the oven to its lowest setting and shoved the casserole inside to keep it warm for dinner. I put away the groceries, divided the stew and chicken into freezer-safe containers and packed those away as well. I washed the pot and skillet, leaving the in the sink to dry to create the impression that I cooked at home. I hoped the smell of the taco casserole would be strong enough not to make Charlie wonder why other aromas weren't present as well. Charlie came home on time and we ate dinner in companionable silence. I waited until the end of the meal to broach the subject of my weekend plans, figuring it would be easier to convince Charlie on a full stomach. If any convincing was necessary. I deliberately mentioned another shopping trip to Port Angeles for Friday night and the Olympia trip with Angela and Ben first, leaving the Sunday afternoon homework meeting at Mike's for last. I had predicted Charlie's reaction perfectly. He barely noticed the 2 out-of-town trips I mentioned, focusing instead on the time I would be spending with Mike. So, bells. Still nothing to tell me about Newton. Nope, just friends. But you'll be seeing him Sunday afternoon, and having dinner at his house. Just working on a school assignment, Dad. Well, he said, chuckling. As he stood up and placed his dishes in the sink, just be sure the assignment gets done. Dad. I pretended to be exasperated and the word came out in 2 syllables, but internally I was grinning from ear to ear. The Newton decoy worked exactly as planned. Both of my lies had slipped by. As I washed the dinner dishes I wondered whether I should be disturbed about Mile eating Charlie as much as I had in the past couple of weeks. Only a few of the things I told him had been actual lies, but lying by omission wasn't that much better. Still, I reminded myself that my time with Jasper was limited. And I didn't want to take a risk that our time would be further reduced if my father decided to play the overprotective parent. No, a few innocent lies were not going to hurt anyone. Especially since there was nothing going on with Jasper that my father would have to actually worry about. Upstairs I worked on my assignments, trying to get a jump start on the weekend, which would be filled with more pleasant activities. Now that my father thought I was going to be in Port Angeles tomorrow night, I knew I would have the whole evening to spend with Jasper and I was looking forward to it much more than I should. I wanted another day with him like last Sunday, filled with episodes of Firefly and board games and getting to know each other even better than we already had. It was amazing how much more I knew about him now than I had even a week ago, and yet it wasn't enough. I wanted to know everything there was to know about him. I actually had a need to know him better than anyone. Better even than Don't Say It, Bella. Don't even think it. After my regular homework was done, I tried doing research for my poetry assignment, but with my extremely ancient computer and dial-up internet connection, it was very slow going. I crossed my fingers that Jasper would be helpful in this regard, because I would not have a lot of time between now and Sunday to find a suitable favorite love poem candidate. Charlie finally made his way upstairs and I was able to get ready for bed and turn off the light for my nightly conversation with Jasper. I had gotten so used to these over the last week. I wondered if I would ever be able to fall asleep again without hearing his voice. I reached for the now familiar phone and pressed 1. Your slightest look will easily unclose me. Though I have closed myself as fingers. You open always petal by petal myself as spring opens. Touching skillfully, mysteriously, her first rose. I loved when our nightly conversations started without beginning. But this was a most stunning start. My lips fell open, marveling at the seductiveness of his delivery. Oh my, I whispered, that's beautiful. And deep. Yes, your assignment inspi. I read me to revisit some of my favorite poems. This was from Somewhere I Have Never Traveled, Gladly Beyond by E. Cummings. The entire poem is amazing, I'd say rivaling your English classics, but th. His second verse in particular reminds me of you. I swallowed and felt the tremor that always went through me when he mentioned that he had been thinking of me in some way when I wasn't with him. If he only knew the effect these casual comments had on me. In what way? I asked. It's difficult to explain. Try. He thought for a moment. I've never been particularly close to anyone. I don't like to talk about myself. I don't like to get too personal. I suppose most people would say I'm aloof, guarded. I prefer to think of myself as private. But you seek information in a way that makes it impossible to deny you. You're not merely curious, you genuinely want to know. And so you have been peeling me open, layer by layer. It's quite extraordinary. I'm sorry if I've been intrusive. I don't mean to pry. No need to apologize. I said this was difficult to explain. Alice knows me better than anyone else, but that knowledge came through many years of being together. Over time, I told her my entire story at my own pace. And she never rushed me, never asked. She seemed comfortable just to live in the moment, or in the future. She didn't have much interest in the past beyond what I was comfortable sharing with her on my own, though in the end I wanted to share it all. Perhaps she had foreseen that all along, and that's why she never prodded. Edward probably knows me second best, not through actually seeking me out, but through reading my thoughts over the time we've been with the Cullens. I suppose with his ability he had no need to ask me anything. The others know some, but a lot less. In the 2 weeks that we've been talking, you probably know more about me than they do. That's because our time together is limited, so I have to gather information quickly, I replied, suddenly feeling like an inquisitor. No, I think it's because you actually care. I stopped breathing, not sure whether I could accept such a harsh judgment of the Cullens. The Cullens care about you, I said quietly. They do in a way. His voice had no emotion. They have been generous in allowing us to join their coven and they have made Alice very happy. But, as you know, I'm not like the rest of them. They are my family now and we do care for each other, but I am and forever will be the misfit. You're not a misfit, I said vehemently. It's all right, Bella. I don't mean it negatively. It's a statement of fact. They don't understand me. They never really tried and I'm not sure they could if they did try. And, to be completely fair, I haven't exactly opened up to them either or encouraged their inquiries. But you found a way to draw me out that's unprecedented. And while it sometimes is uncomfortable, I also find it oddly reassuring. I had thought myself incapable of this kind of interaction with anyone. I'm glad to know I was wrong. And I'm grateful that you have opened up yourself to me in return. It's not fair to you, is it? There's not as much to me as there is to you. Not in experience, perhaps. But certainly in complexity. You're positively mercurial. Your emotions, personality, are so unpredictable. You're amazingly difficult to read and pinpoint, and those are just the things I can feel. There's so much more that I will never know unless you decide to share it with me. You can ask me anything, Jasper. I know. But there are questions that should never be asked. Things that should only be revealed if you desire to do so. Like how you became a vampire. I had already breached this unwritten etiquette by asking the forbidden question. I would not do it again. He would tell me when he was ready. I found some books for you in Carlisle's library and marked some possibilities. You'll find them in your truck tomorrow morning. He was signaling to T. The other part of our conversation was over. That was so nice of you. Thank you. I feel like I'm taking advantage. Practically your whole day today was taken up with my needs. It feels nice to be needed, Bella. It's not exactly something I've experienced often in the past. I enjoy doing this for you. Well, except for the feeling like an idiot in the supermarket part. I giggled. I thought, we already determined that you shouldn't have felt that way. By that time it was too late. But that's okay. Maybe I needed that experience as well. It just wasn't enjoyable, but I was well compensated. You won't forget your promise about Saturday, right? I groaned. I don't suppose you're going to give me any hints about what to expect. He laughed. No, I want it to be a complete surprise. You're impossible. Please do not go overboard. He laughed even harder, as if I had told a funny joke. Don't worry. I wasn't planning on it. I yawned. It was getting late and I was having a hard time keeping my lids open. Sweet dreams, Bella, I heard him say, before he sang me to sleep with a new song. Sister Moon will be my guide. In your blue shadows I would hide. All good people asleep tonight. I'm all by myself in your silver light. I would gaze at your face the whole night through. I'd go out of my mind but for you. I'd go out of my mind but for you. My school day Friday was a blur. In English, Mike and I searched in vain to find the perfect love poems. Unlike the classics, I found most modern American poetry too direct and overt. Interesting, certainly, but not really suitable or a high school class project and definitely not romantic enough, which was my #1 criterion for a favorite love poem. Mike, whose primary goal seemed to be finding as short and simple of a poem as possible, also wasn't having much luck, though he at least had a few backup options. Though I found Carlyle's books in my truck in the morning as Jasper had promised, I didn't bring them into the school with me. I tried telling myself it was because I wanted to complete the assignment on my own, without any help, but I had to acknowledge that it had more to do with wanting to read through the poems Jasper suggested in private. Seeing his selections for the first time in a classroom full of people, with Mike by my side, just seemed wrong. Mike and I agreed to continue our search over the weekend and to be ready on Sunday with a few possibilities. We made a pact that neither of us would choose a poem that would make the other too uncomfortable. This was especially important to me, given my recent conversation with Mike about the situation between us. While I knew Mike liked me, I didn't think he was in love with me and I certainly wasn't in love with him, so picking poems that were too mushy or pointed would be a disaster for both of us. A mutual veto power would keep us in check. After school I was almost dizzy with anticipation. I'm fairly sure I floated to my truck and I had little recollection of the actual drive to Jasper's house. I was so looking forward to this evening alone with him, more so even than the day-long trip to Seattle, the thought of which, following the promise Jasper extracted from me, made me feel really nervous. Tonight, though, I didn't have to be nervous. It would just be the two of us enjoying each other's company. He was waiting for me at the bottom of the porch stairs again, holding the same lazy cowboy pose as the day before. My heart quickened as soon as I saw him and I instantly knew the answer to the question I was pondering yesterday on the way home. This reaction had absolutely nothing to do with Edward. The tingling that I felt throughout my body every time that I saw him was all about Jasper. It wasn't even about his lean, lithe body, his deep gorgeous eyes and his tousled golden hair. Instead, it was an all-encompassing thrill of knowing that we were going to be together laughing, talking, and sharing. With Jasper I didn't have to be self-conscious. I could just be me and not feel juvenile or inadequate. I wasn't sure how or when it happened, but somehow Jasper managed to erase all of the self-doubt I felt after Edward told me I wasn't good enough for him. Jasper made me feel more than good enough. He made me feel special. It didn't matter that he didn't want a romantic relationship with me. I knew he had a good reason. What mattered is that he wanted to be with me and to get to know me and do things that I wanted to do, not things that he felt I should be doing. He didn't need to guide and control me. Instead, he had worked his magic and conjured up a new, strong, self-confident Bella. A Bella who didn't just survive Edward's abandonment, she could thrive without him. He helped me become my own person again, a person that somehow had been lost during my time with Edward. I parked the truck and turned off the engine. Just like the previous day, Jasper pushed himself off the porch and was at my door in time to open it for me. Instead of waiting for me to get out, though, he sped to the passenger side, opened that door and grabbed my book bag. He swung the bag over his shoulder and looked over at me with a grin. "I've been looking forward to this evening all week." I smiled back at him. "Me too." We walked to the house side by side. Inside, Jasper placed my bag on one of the kitchen stools. "Hungry?" he asked. "A little, but if I eat any more chips and soda soon I won't be able to fit into my clothes." "Ah, I kind of thought you might be tired of those. When I was at the supermarket yesterday I got some of those microwave dinners. I know they're not as good as your cooking, but they sure beat mine." "Will they do in a pinch?" I looked at him incredulously. "Seriously, you shopped for food for me?" I walked over to the freezer and looked inside. It was filled with a wide variety of brands and types of frozen entrees. The checkout clerk at the market must have thought Jasper was insane. I wasn't a big fan of frozen entrees, but I loved the gesture. I looked through the selection in the freezer and picked out a stir-fried dish that looked most appetizing. I read the instructions on the back of the package and popped the food into Esme's microwave. I was sure this was the first time the appliance had been used. Jasper walked over to a drawer, pulled out a fork and handed it to me. "Thanks," I said, genuinely grateful. "Thanks for always thinking of me and anticipating my needs." He looked pleased. "I did okay, then." "You did great." I stepped towards him and gave him a hug, maintaining the embrace longer than I should have. Jasper hugged me back, slightly hesitantly, taking care not to hold me too tightly. We broke apart only when the ring of the microwave announced that my dinner was ready. I ate sitting at the kitchen bar counter, while Jasper told me about his day. He spent a lot of time in public places in Port Angeles, continuing to train himself to interact with humans. Apparently it was getting easier and easier for him to tamp down his bloodlust. As happy as I was for him and his success, I also feared that his last day in Forks was rapidly approaching. I knew this was inevitable, but I hated it nevertheless. When I was done eating, we moved to the living room, where Jasper had already set up the next episode of Firefly. I made myself comfortable on the sofa and Jasper sat near me, though far enough away to be able to angle himself to watch me instead of the TV. I groaned. "You're not going to do that again, are you?" I complained. "Now that I know what you're doing, I'm nervous. I feel a bit like a scientific study subject under observation." Jasper looked so disappointed I actually chuckled. And then I remembered how much he had done for me over the last 2 days, and suddenly letting him watch me watching TV didn't seem like all that much to give in return. "It's okay, Jasper," I said. "I was just kidding. You can watch me if you want, I'll be fine." As soon as the show came on, I was so absorbed that I didn't have time to think about being watched. I delighted in the dialogue, the sets and the costumes, but mostly in the relationships between the characters. We were watching an episode called Shindig, where Mal inadvertently got himself roped into a sword duel while trying to defend Inara's honor. The episode was a perfect mix of humor, action and romance. Of course, the romance was very understated, as the characters refused to do what they needed to do in order to be with each other. "I don't get it," I said after the episode ended. "Why don't Mal and Inara just get together already? It's clear they're in love with one another. Why can't they just admit it and live happily ever after?" Jasper looked at me. His expression was at once thoughtful and amused. "It's not that simple." "Why not?" "Mal doesn't like to be vulnerable. Seems to me he made himself pretty vulnerable when he asked Inara to stay on the ship." Jasper inclined his head in agreement. "It took a lot out of him, though. Normally he is more guarded, doesn't get close to people, builds a wall around himself. He's been through a war and he's scarred." I looked at him carefully. We were no longer just talking about the TV character. I was about to ask, but then remembered his statement last night about questions that should never be asked. If there was a story to tell, he would tell me when he was ready. But if he doesn't let anyone get close enough, how can they get past the scars to help him heal? Maybe there are some scars people cannot overlook. I don't believe that. Not when the scarred person isn't willing to let anyone try. We were silent then. The discussion of scars made me think about Phoenix and James. I pushed the sleeve of my shirt and absent-mindedly traced the crescent-shaped scar left by James when he tried to kill me, before the Cullen stopped and killed him. The scar felt cooler than the rest of my skin. I knew that even after Jasper left Forks, the scar would be a permanent reminder of my association with the beautiful immortals, a reminder that I would never be able to let anyone get close enough to know about that part of my life. Was it even possible for me to lead a normal human life after all that's happened to me in the last year? Maybe Jasper was right. Maybe there were scars that could not be overlooked. I felt Jasper shift closer to me on the sofa. He reached for my arm and caught it before I could push down the shirt sleeve to hide the scar again. He rubbed his thumb over the scar. The cool sensation of his skin on mine had a soothing effect. I am responsible for this, he said. I failed to protect you. James is responsible for this, I said firmly. And you did protect me. You killed him to protect me. And you're here now to protect me again. A vision of the 3 nomad vampires we encountered last spring suddenly came to my mind. James was gone, but 2 of the others remained. And one of them was on his way to Forks. Alice had seen it. She had seen him watching me. The fact that she has not seen anything else meant only that he had not yet made a decision what to do with me when he found me. And once he did make the decision, would it be too late? Would he finish off what James started? The fear and pain I experienced in the spring came rushing back in, overwhelming my senses. I closed my eyes tightly and unsuccessfully fought to block them out. My body began to quake with terror. Jasper moved even closer to me, lifting me into his lap and cradling me in his arms. I pressed my face into his chest, soaking his shirt with tears I hadn't realized were streaming from my eyes. "Shish, darlin'," Jasper whispered as he rocked me gently, "it's all right. I'm here. You're safe. I won't let anyone ever hurt you again." I sobbed into his chest, still shaking. His arms tightened around me as he continued to rock and whisper. "I'm here, Bella. I'll protect you. I swear I won't fail this time. You'll be safe." But, I couldn't even speak through my sobs. "You're alone. What if Laurent is stronger? What if something happens to you?" The thought of Jasper being hurt, of Jasper dying, sent me into another round of sobs. I clutched to him desperately, trying to erase the horrible visions from my mind. "That is not possible, Bella." His voice was strong, confident. "I am skilled in battle. Laurent is no match for me." His tone made me stop sobbing momentarily. He sounded so sure of himself, it felt like a betrayal not to believe in him. But seconds later, the fear took over again. "I know you were in the military, Jasper," I said through my tears, "but that was a human war. This is something different. The tactics you learned in the Confederate Army don't apply here. I know you're strong and powerful, but so is he." He placed his hands on my shoulders and pulled me away from his chest so he could look into my eyes. "Bella, my fighting skills do not come from my human military training. The human war one was involved with paled in comparison to what happened after I became immortal." I looked at him, shocked. How could anything pale in comparison with the Civil War? Wasn't that the bloodiest conflict ever fought on American soil? I want to tell you my story, but I need you to listen carefully because you need to understand who I am, and what I'm capable of. And I think I will only be able to get through it once. I'm not trying to manipulate you, Bella, but you're upset right now and I'm worried in your current state you may not be able to fully comprehend what I'm saying. I may frighten you too much. Jasper, I said, my voice betraying more apprehension than I had wanted it to. You don't have to tell me anything. No, Bella, I do. You have to know who I was and what I've done, and once you know you have to decide for yourself whether you want to continue associating with me. But just while I'm telling you my story, I need you to remain calm. After that I'll stop and you'll be able to react however you want. But just during the story, so that you hear it in its entirety, can I help keep you calm?" I considered his request carefully. I was already feeling calmer. I was still a bit anxious, but calmer. I had a feeling I would not need his help to stay that way. But if it would help him to know he had my permission to calm me, if that would somehow make it easier for him to do what he was obviously dreading, I would gladly grant it. If I need it, Jasper, I'd be grateful if you helped me stay calm. He sighed in relief. I lifted my hand and ran it through his hair, pushing it away from his eyes. My hand slid down the side of his face, resting on his cheek. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. I leaned forward, resting my face and body against his chest, and breathed him in. Yesterday this act had set all my senses on fire. Today, it was comforting. I hoped my scent was having a similar effect on him. Jasper. Yes, darlin'. Before you start, I need you to know that nothing you could say, nothing you could have done in your past will change my opinion of you. People change, and I know you have changed. It doesn't matter to me who you once were, the only thing that matters is who you are now. My friend, my champion, my protector, I don't know what I would have done these last few weeks without you. You were there for me when I needed you, when everyone else left me, and that's all I care about. So I will listen to everything you have to tell me, but it will not make any difference. He wrapped his arms around me and held me to him. I don't deserve all the faith you have in me, Bella. But I appreciate it more than you could ever know. He stayed silent for a moment, then he began. He told me about the 3 beautiful women he met following the evacuation of Galveston and about Maria, who became his creator. He told me about the newborns, about how he had used his military training and his power to control emotions to train an army of newborn vampires, about the fighting for territory and the way he disposed of the newborns when they were no longer useful. He showed me the multiple bite marks on his arms, the scars forming a texture on what should have been perfectly smooth skin. He spared no details, being deliberately gory in his descriptions, but I had no trouble remaining calm. I knew that the Jasper who had done all these awful things was gone, replaced by the man who could hold a human in his arms and resist all desire for carnage. Jasper kept speaking. He told me about becoming depressed, about Peter and his mate, a newborn named Charlotte, whom he allowed to escape. He explained that Peter and Charlotte eventually came back for him and described his life with them. Free of war but still feeding on humans. I felt the pain in his voice as he recalled his depression and his futile attempts at resisting feeding on humans. And I heard the awe in his voice when he described meeting Alice, who had been waiting for him in a diner so they could go off together to look for Carlisle and the rest of the Cullens. He told me how surprised they were when he and Alice showed up out of the blue and demanded to join their coven. I listened to it all wordlessly. I found it hard to wrap my mind around all he had gone through to get to this point. I probably have been repulsed by the lifestyle he had led before, but I knew that he hadn't been responsible for it. He only did what he was trained to do until someone showed him a new and better way. I saw Jasper in a completely new light, and I admired him for his continuing effort to resist the way of life that must have been so ingrained in him. Jasper shifted me in his lap so he could look me in the eye. His expression was puzzled. He shook his head. You are an enigma, Bella. Your emotional reactions are so unpredictable. You should be disgusted with me, or at least horrified. Instead, you don't disgust me, Jasper. I said quickly, and in case it wasn't clear when I started dating Edward, I'm not easily horrified. What you did, leaving Maria and then also leaving Peter and Charlotte. That's the bravest thing I could imagine. You didn't have Alice's foresight, so you had no idea that there was another way of life, yet you tried to get on that path all by yourself. You're amazing. Jasper smiled, though the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. You have an interesting way of looking at things, Bella. I just told you that I killed hundreds of people, many of them innocent. Or turned them into vampires and then killed them, and yet you find me amazing. You saw the monster that lives within me a few weeks ago when I nearly killed you. Was that amazing? It's been years since I left that life behind. And yet I smell one drop of blood and my resolve disappears while my desire to kill overwhelms everything else. He ran his hand through his blonde curls, clearly frustrated. I wondered if he was frustrated with himself or with me, for not reacting appropriately to his life story. Whichever it was, I couldn't just sit there without saying anything. The life you've chose, is more difficult for you than for any of the others. Most of them had Carlisle to guide them, and Alice had her visions. In the meantime, both your human and vampire upbringing predisposed you towards a lifestyle of blood and battle. And yet all of the Cullens avoid the blood-typing biology lab, because they know how easily they could slip. The night of my birthday, everyone in this room except for Carlisle was hungry for my blood. I could see it in their eyes. They're not so different from you, Jasper, no matter what you may think. I lifted my hand to his cheek again, looking him straight in the eye. I heard everything you said and it changed nothing. But I'm glad you told me, and I'm glad you don't have to carry this burden anymore. High eyes held mine as his hand moved up to cover the hand I held over his cheek. He lowered my hand to his lips and kissed the flesh of my palm. Then he slowly kissed each fingertip in turn, before kissing my palm again and returning it to his cheek. "Thank you, darlin'," he whispered. "I should have known you would react like this. I should have had as much faith in you as you had in me." I stared at him in wonder, and I burned for him. My hand tingled everywhere his lips had touched my skin. I pressed myself against his chest again, fearing what I would do if we continued to gaze at each other. My heart thundered in my chest furiously as my blood flooded every cell in my body. My breathing came faster and shallower. I was starting to feel lightheaded and giddy. I had to stop this, get a handle on my emotions, get away. I pushed myself off his lap to stand on the floor beside him. "I think I need a human moment," I mumbled and ran to the washroom. I closed the door behind me and leaned back on it heavily, forcing myself to breathe slowly and deeply. Eventually my heart rate slowed to its normal pace and my breathing evened out. I splashed some water on my face, reminding me of the last time I had used this room for this very purpose less than a week ago. I needed to learn some self-control before I did anything Jasper and I would both regret. I emerged from the washroom a few minutes later. Jasper was up, standing next to the living room windows. He turned to look at me when he heard me walk into the room. "Hey," he said softly. "Everything all right?" I nodded. "With me too," he said, and gave me a small smile. I looked at my watch, noting it was later than I thought. I'd better be getting home. Big day tomorrow. I have to get my beauty sleep. He didn't seem surprised. He walked over to the kitchen and picked up my bag, ready to walk me to the truck. I joined him and we walked out together, side by side. He opened the driver's side door for me first, then sped to the passenger side to deposit the book bag, before returning to close the driver's side door. I cranked down the window when he looked like he wanted to say something. "Thank you again for today, Bella," he said. I sighed. "You have nothing to thank me for. Doesn't matter. I thank you anyway, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. What time will you be here?" "I'll leave as early as I can, probably right after Charlie leaves to go fishing." "Good. The earlier the better. I have a full day planned and we don't want to miss anything." I rolled my eyes. "I'm not going to ask because I know you won't tell me anything, but I'm looking forward to the mystery day too. Call me tonight." Of course. Back at home, Charlie was watching TV and barely gave me a second look as I came in with my shopping bag. I told him that I was tired and headed upstairs to get ready for bed. I went through my usual routine, but only my body was in my house, operating on autopilot. My mind was back at Jasper's, replaying the evening like a movie. Jasper had touched me, not only touched, but held me in his arms, in his lap, for much of the night. It was a gesture of comfort, I knew. He had only been trying to help alleviate my fear of Laurent. But I couldn't lie to myself any longer. If it had been up to me, it would have been more. I thought back to the conversation we had Tuesday night. We were supposed to be working on our friendship, helping each other overcome these inappropriate feelings. And, seemingly, Jasper wasn't having any trouble on that front. But I sure was, and he was not helping. It occurred to me that I should remind him that I needed his help. That I should ask him to stop doing all of the things that were driving me mad for him. But unbeknownst to me there was a part of me, a very small part, that was extremely selfish, and this part now roared to life. The selfish Bella wanted to take whatever she could get from Jasper for as long as she could get it, consequences be damned. No one else in the world mattered, no one could get in the way of her getting what she wanted. And I knew that this part of me would fight tooth and nail against any attempt by the rest of me to return the relationship between me and Jasper to a less intimate level. As long as he's not uncomfortable with it, selfish Bella reasoned, what's the harm? We're not doing anything wrong. Sure, we may be a bit closer than most friends, but There's nothing wrong with closeness as long as we don't cross the line. Of course, what selfish Bella knew but was unwilling to acknowledge, was that her line was getting more and more blurry. She was willing to push the boundary as far as it would go. Should I warn Jasper? Should I tell him how dangerous I really was? Was it only a few days ago that I thought of him as the predator? He was the one that needed to take care now. He was the one that wasn't safe. So when I walked back into my room, it was the selfish Bella that reached for my limited music collection and shuffled through until she found a long-forgotten disc. She was the one that put the disc in the CD player, turned the volume down low enough so that it couldn't be heard outside the room, and set it to repeat the single track. Before she turned off the light and called Jasper. Music, Bella, sometimes I get in the mood to listen to something I haven't heard in a while. He didn't say anything for a moment. I wouldn't have pegged you for a Selena fan. My musical tastes are eclectic. This is a sweet song. It is indeed. Siempre estoy sonando en ti. Besando mis labios, acariciando mi piel. Abrazando con ansias locas. Imaginando que me amas. Como yo podía amar a ti. Oops. He threw me for a loop. I had never bothered to translate the Spanish portion of the lyrics, and now I had no idea what he was saying or thinking. I felt like a fool. Note to selfish Bella: be sure to always know the full meaning of the message before you try to send it. I scrambled out of bed and walked to the CD player, waiting for the song to be over before hitting the stop button. There would be no repeat performances tonight. I kept waiting for Jasper to chuckle or make a joke about the song. Buddha said nothing. I got back in to bed and realized that he was waiting for me to continue the conversation. I never did look up what those lyrics meant. I suppose you know. Yes. After living for as long as I had in the South and in Mexico, Spanish is almost like another first language for me. Oh, no. I not only played a song with lyrics I didn't fully understand, I also managed to remind Jasper of the most painful time in his life. How could I have been so thoughtless? This is what happened when I let the selfish part of me take over. I hurt the people I cared about the most. It was a painful reminder of what I had to do. Selfish Bella was going to be under lock and key for the rest of Jasper's time in Forks. From now on I would do my best to be the good Bella, the Bella that could keep herself in check. I became aware of yet another prolonged silence, and realized it was my turn to speak. I'm so very sorry, Jasper. I wasn't thinking. I should have never put that song on. It's all right, darlin', he said, softly. I actually like that song very much. I will have to add it to my Bella playlist. I swallowed loudly. You have a Bella playlist? Can I ask what's on it? Maybe someday. Not tonight, though. Tonight I want to find out more about you. Tell me something that no one else knows. He covered the slip very quickly, but I heard it. He had wanted me to tell him something about myself that Edward didn't know. I considered the question, which would actually be easy to answer because there had been so many things I never bothered to tell Edward. I'd always felt that Edward saw me as a very young girl. Someone who wasn't quite at his level of maturity. At the time, knowing that he had lived almost 100 years longer than I, his reactions made sense. But then Jasper was even older. And he never made me feel that way. I always felt I could tell Jasper anything without being judged. Well, I like to play pinball. He laughed, his melodic voice tingling pleasantly in my ear. Pinball, Bella, really? I suppose that makes sense, although you still need to coordinate two hands to press the flippers. I knew I was being teased, but I didn't mind. It was a gentle, friendly teasing. And it got Jasper to forget my Spanish faux pas. I didn't say I was good at it, I grumbled. Just that I like to play. There's kind of a low risk of injury in pinball. I said, sheepishly. He said thoughtfully. We may have to rearrange our plans tomorrow somewhat to make a stop at an arcade. I find the thought of watching you play pinball absolutely enchanting. Ha, you won. Have to alter your plans too much and it won't be such a great show. Like I said, I never claimed to be good. And don't even think you can talk me into a two-player game. I don't want to spend the entire day in the arcade. And I have a feeling you could do that with just one ball. Guilty as charged, I'm afraid, he admitted, though it's been a long time since I played. Do you have any favorite machines? I blushed. I did, in fact. Have some favorite machines. Would that make me look like a complete dork? I like the Addams Family, Champion Pub, Bride of Pinbot and Funhouse. Jasper whistled. I am impressed. You are no pinball novice. I'm not sure we'll be able to find any of those classics in Seattle tomorrow. You might have to settle for something more current. Jasper, I don't even want to play pinball tomorrow. I was just telling you something about myself that no one here knows. It's no big deal. I haven't played since I moved to Forks and I haven't missed it much. I was secretly pleased that he apparently knew enough about pinball to recognize the machines I mentioned. Pinball was not exactly a popular pastime anymore. Most of my friends probably wouldn't be able to recognize a machine if they saw one. I had only learned to play because the father of one of my friends in Phoenix was a pinball fanatic and always had anywhere from 4 to 8 machines in his game room, which we could play to our heart's content while he was at work. This reminded me that I haven't called or emailed Trina since I moved here, and I made a mental note to get back in touch with her soon. Suddenly, a horrifying thought occurred to me. Jasper. Yes, darlin'. Promise me that you will not get on the internet tonight and buy a bunch of pinball machines for your house. Please. If you do, I swear I'll never come visit again. I could almost hear his disappointment through the silence. I think you know me too well, he said. And why not? It would be so much fun. I thought about this for a moment. He was right. It would be a lot of fun. But it would also be very expensive. Still, would it be too awful if? Okay. I said, you're right. It would be fun. But just one. He chuckled. Thanks, Bella. I promise. Just one. I'll get whichever one I can find with the shortest delivery time. Maybe we can play next week. I smiled. It was nice to hear him so excited. That sounds really great, Jasper. I told him. And I meant it. What else, Bella? What other secrets are you hiding? I blushed. I could never tell him the biggest secret without potentially hurting him. I had to quickly think of something else. I like travelogues. Travelogues. Yes. You know, those shows they play on public television where you can see faraway places. Renee never had a lot of money, so we didn't travel, and Charlie is a homebody. So outside of Forks and Phoenix, I haven't really been anywhere. Someday I hope to travel all over, but for now I just have to do it vicariously, by watching travelogues. He was thoughtful. How is it possible that the more we talk and the more I learn about you, the more fascinating you become? Shouldn't the mystery of you lessen with each revelation instead of increase? I frowned. I'm not really so mysterious, Jasper, or fascinating. I disagree. There's so much more of you beneath the surface that you've never revealed. As long as you and Edward had been together, how can it be that he never knew these things? He never asked, I confessed. And I didn't tell him, because I thought he would find these things silly. He already disapproved of my truck and my favorite books. I was worried that if I told him more and he disapproved of that too, he wouldn't want to be with me. And I was right. In the end, that's exactly what happened. My silly human ways got tiresome and drove him away. No, Bella, that's not. Stop. Don't say any more. I know he's your brother and you feel the need to defend him, but I really do not want to talk about him tonight. I glanced at the clock, glad that it provided a perfect excuse to end the conversation. It's late, Jasper. I should go to sleep. I have a feeling you planned a busy day for tomorrow. Darlin', I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know. It's all right. I'm all right. I just don't want to get upset tonight and I don't want to argue, especially not about Edward. I want to get some rest and then have an awesome day with you tomorrow. Okay. Of course, Bella. That's perfectly okay. Sleep well. Good night, Jasper. I closed my eyes and fell asleep to his honeyed voice singing my lullaby. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I woke up Saturday morning with a delicious sense of anticipation. Morning, Sleeping Beauty. Oh, boy, I really needed to have that conversation with Jasper. To request that he stop sabotaging my restraints on selfish Bella. Morning, Jasper. Did you find the pinball machine yet? I teased him. Maybe, maybe not, he teased right back. You'll just have to wait and see. I laughed. You like to keep things mysterious too, don't you? Don't worry, darlin'. A lot of the mysteries will be revealed shortly, about my plans for today, anyway. Great, I look forward to that. I'm going to go get ready. Any suggestions on what I should wear? Something comfortable and casual, but maybe not jeans. And bring a warm jacket. Ooh, very mysterious. So, sounds like I should be ready for anything. He laughed. Just be ready to have fun. Let me take care of the rest. And remember, no complaining. Oh, and bring the Etri books. We might have a little down time to go over some possibilities. All right. You might have to remind me every once in a while about not complaining, but I'll try. I'll see you soon. I look forward to it. We hung up and I hopped out of bed. I reviewed my clothing choices. With jeans out of the equation, my selection was somewhat limited. I settled for closely fitted khakis and a rose-colored shirt with a versus neck that WOU. LD have passed the Jessica Stanley test. It made my boobs look good. I knew Jasper wouldn't be paying any attention, but feeling pretty made me more self-confident. I listened for Charlie and, when I heard nothing, looked out into the driveway. The cruiser was gone, which meant I had the house to myself. I showered and dressed as quickly as possible. Not wanting to waste time on breakfast, I grabbed a couple of Pop-Tarts to eat on the way along with a bottle of water. I couldn't wait to see what Jasper had in store for us. As always lately, I arrived at Jasper's house in record time. He was waiting for me, looking model perfect as always. He wore khakis as well, paired with an ivory cable knit sweater that he wore over a white t-shirt. He carried, but did not wear, a hooded windbreaker. He motioned for me to pull into the garage, so that your truck is hidden just in case anyone comes out here for any reason today. He explained when I got out of the truck. That made perfect sense. I was, after all, supposed to be spending the day in Olympia. Ready? He asked, his eyes shining with excitement. Absolutely, I said. Come on, then, he said, pulling me by the hand. We walked to the far end of the garage. I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw the vehicle he was pulling me to. Jasper, is that your car? I asked, though of course I already knew the answer. Yes, he looked at me carefully. Do you like it? I closed my mouth, which had fallen open at the sight of the car, and nodded. I didn't know what to say. The car was Jasper. It was as though it had been designed just for him. It was sleek and beautiful and mysterious and dangerous. Gold with black panels on the sides and darkly tinted windows, even the colors were perfect for Jasper. It was by far the most exciting and alluring vehicle I had ever seen. I had never had a reaction to a car besides the loyalty I felt to my truck, but this car turned me on. Just like Jasper, selfish Bella screamed from inside her prison. Pipe down. The rational me screamed back. Jasper opened the passenger door, revealing the black leather interior. He held out his hand to help me get inside. I slid into the passenger seat and buckled in, looking around in awe. In less than a second the passenger door was closed and Jasper was sitting in the driver's seat beside me. I'm so glad you like it, he said, and he really seemed like he meant it. This is a bit of an indulgence on my part, but it is my prized possession. What is it? I asked, glancing at the shiny engine located directly behind us. It's an Audi R8, and this one specially built based on the prototype before the new V10 model was available to the public. It's a truly magnificent machine. I swallowed. This was definitely a race car, built for maximum velocity. Was this the right time to tell him that I really did not like it when the Cullens drove their cars at breakneck speed? They, of course, were indestructible and excellent drivers, but I.W. wasn't so sure about the others on the road. Jasper must have sensed my fear. "Don't worry, darlin'," he said. "I'll keep it under 100 today." "Oh, good," I said weakly. "Or I'll go slower if you need me to," he added. Though even I could feel how much it took for him to say it. "Let's just get on the road and see how it goes, all right?" "Sure, here we go." And with that he backed out of the garage, closed the doors and pulled away from the house towards the main road. At first we drove in silence, just listening to the purr of the engine. I loved watching Jasper drive, loved the way he shifted gears. Loved the concentration on his face, loved his profile. I was completely absorbed by him. I didn't even notice the rate of speed, though I noticed that the forest on either side of the road seemed to pass us in a steady blur. "See something you like?" he teased after I had been staring at him for some time. As a matter of fact, yes, I said, and blushed. "Really? Well, don't keep me in the dark." "What is it?" "I like watching you drive," I confessed. "It's so natural, so right, like the car is an extension of you." "Oh, darlin', I wish I had known that sooner. I would have taken you for drives all along. As it is, I'm almost regretting some of the plans I made for today." "No, I'm sure everything you planned will be fantastic. We can always go for a ride again another time." "See, Bella, this is exactly what I mean. I never would have expected this reaction from you. You're utterly fascinating." "Thank you." We sped along and soon we passed Port Angeles. When we got to Discovery Bay, however, instead of continuing on towards Seattle, Jasper headed north for Port Townsend. I was confused. I thought we were going to Seattle. We're just making a stop in Port Townsend." "But isn't that?" I stopped. I had promised not to complain. Besides, it didn't really matter where we were. I was just enjoying my day with Jasper. "Never mind." Jasper smiled at me and indicated his thanks with a nod of his head. "It's not so hard, is it?" he asked. "Not so far," I acknowledged. "We'll see how the rest of the day goes." "Bella." His voice was at once a plea and a warning. I ignored it and settled back into my seat, turning my head again to watch him drive. His lips turned up into a smile. "You do wonders for my ego, darlin'. As you have for mine." He looked over at me, surprised. "But I've been remiss," he said. "I haven't even told you how lovely you look today. That shirt is very flattering. You should wear that color more often, it matches your blush." And how could I prevent the blush from spreading all over my face when he said sweet things like that? I guess I was wrong when I assumed he wouldn't notice my clothes. I turned to face the front and looked down at my knees, embarrassed. "Got tired of the view?" he teased. "Jasper Whitlock. Actually, for today's purposes it's Hale." I needed to use my legal name to make the arrangements and, at least for the moment. "My legal name is Jasper Hale." "Oh, okay, I'll try to remember. You shouldn't really have to use my last name, but I didn't want you to wonder in case anyone else does." This was getting more and more mysterious. Why would other people need to use Jasper's last name? We reached the Port Townsend city limits and followed the road to the waterfront, where Jasper pulled the car into a spot at the Port Townsend boat haven. "A boat, Jasper?" I asked, weakly. What in the world was he up to? Using human speed, Jasper walked to my side of the car to open the door and help me get out of the vehicle. Still holding my hand, he locked the car and armed the alarm. He pulled me to walk with him to one of the marina slips holding a yacht that was clearly close to exceeding the size limits of the marina. A yacht. I used my free hand to cover my eyes. "I thought we were going to Seattle." "We are, darlin', just a little bit later. First I wanted to take you on a special adventure. It's the perfect time of year for whale watching, so I thought we could cruise to the San Juan Islands and watch some wildlife. And later we'll go to Seattle by boat. It will be faster and more convenient. Plus we can relax completely and talk." I looked at the huge vessel before us. Dollar signs and number flashed before my eyes. I could only imagine how much it cost to charter something like this for a Saturday during whale watching season. It wasn't that expensive, really, Jasper assured me, as though he could read my mind. And besides, I wasn't just doing this just for you. I wanted to go whale watching. But I wasn't sure what the weather would be like, and if it turned out to be a sunny day it could be a problem for me. This way I see and go inside any time and no one is the wiser. When he put it like that, it actually kind of made sense. And besides, I wasn't supposed to complain. I sighed. All right, Jasper, I suppose you've already paid for it, so it's too late now anyway. Let's go and enjoy ourselves. We started walking towards the yacht. I've never been whale watching. Do you think we'll actually see anything? Oh yes, miss, this time of year we'll see quite a bit, responded a man at the plank leading to the yacht. We have our 3 resident orca pods to look for, as well as a transient pod that's passing through the area, and we might see some humpbacks and minke whales too. I've got scouts calling in locations where the whales have been spotted, so we will definitely have some for you to see. There are books in the salon if you'd like to study up on them before we get there. Captain Jones. Jasper nodded at the man. In the flesh. You must be Jasper Hale. Nice to meet you. If he was surprised at Jasper's and my obvious youth, he didn't show it. Likewise. And this is Bella. Thank you for accommodating our schedule today. As we discussed, for the most part we'd prefer to be alone today. Are there any problems with the arrangements? The men shook hands and I noticed that Jasper had a tip ready to pass discreetly to the captain. Not at all. Everything is as you requested. Thank you. No problem. We aim to please. Welcome aboard. We walk onto the yacht and into a beautifully appointed salon, complete with a sitting and entertainment area, a dining area, and a corner kitchen. The kitchen had a pass-through bar which was covered with an amazing array of breakfast dishes. Help yourselves to breakfast and make yourselves comfortable. In a minute we'll be off and I will let you know via the intercom when we spot anything worth seeing. The captain had followed us in and headed up a staircase hidden in the corner of the room. I turned to Jasper, my eyes still wide with wonder. You really are too much, I said. He shrugged. I didn't have a lot of time to plan and I wanted this to be a one-of-a-kind day for you. I turned around slowly in a full circle, taking in my surroundings again. This is definitely one of a kind, I said. Jasper looked slightly nervous, sensing that I wasn't really comfortable. He came closer to stand behind me and rubbed his right hand lightly against my upper arm. If this makes you unhappy, we see. Just go back to the car and keep driving to Seattle. It's important to me that you have fun today. I heard the anxiety in his voice, and suddenly felt like a complete ingrate. He had put a lot of thought into this day and it wasn't fair for me to spoil it because of my financial hang-ups. I knew he could easily afford this trip. No one would have to give anything up in order for us to enjoy ourselves. Just for one day I needed to accept the fact that money was no object and focus on him and the activities he had planned. I turned and stepped into him, wrapping my arms around him and pressing my face into his chest. I'm not unhappy, Jasper. Just a little overwhelmed. This is obviously the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. I'm just not used to being treated like this, to doing things on such a grand scale. But I'll adjust. It might take me a little while, but I'll adjust eventually. Thank you for arranging all this. He put his arms around me and kissed the top of my head. I'm just trying to make the day as special as you are. And this is only the beginning. Yes, you guessed it, Seattle will spill into at least 2 if not 3 chapters. It is an action-packed full day, after all. Hope you like it so far. The song that Bella plays is I Could Fall in Love by Selena. The English translation of the Spanish verse is as follows. I'm always dreaming of you. Kissing my lips, caressing my skin. Hugging me with crazy longings. Imagining that you love me. The way that I could love you. Are you hungry? Jasper asked, stroking my back gently. I had them prepare a breakfast buffet. I looked up at him. You do know I'm just one person, right? I do not need buffets. He looked a bit embarrassed. They asked me what to prepare, but I had no idea what you like to eat for breakfast. So they actually suggested a buffet. I just bet they did, I grumbled, stepping out of the hug. I don't even want to think how much more this set you back versus one order of scrambled eggs. He shrugged. I knew the cost didn't bother him one bit. Is that what you like to eat for breakfast? Scrambled eggs? He asked curiously. I sighed. I can eat anything, I said. I'm not very picky. I shrugged out of my jacket and tossed it to the sofa. Then I walked over to the buffet and checked out the offerings. I had to admit the food looked and smelled great. The Pop-Tarts I inhaled earlier had already been burned off in the excitement of the day. I grabbed a plate and started filling it with eggs, sausage, hash browns, and fresh fruit. I set my plate down to pour a glass of orange juice. Then took my food and beverage over to the table. He sat down beside me. You know, Jasper, I said between bites, I'm not criticizing or complaining, but you don't have to try this hard. Not everything we do today has to be perfect or my favorite. I like spending time with you, period. Everything else is nice, but I wouldn't have minded if we had just stayed at your place and watched TV. You're the important part, not all this. I waved a hand at the room. I know that, Bella, he said, but it makes me happy to make you happy. Does that make sense? And I know you would have been happy at home watching TV. But I didn't want us to have a one-room relationship. I wanted to do these things with you, but with my limitations it's not as easy. I can't necessarily mingle with the public like a human would. It's still challenging, at times, and the potential threat of the sun just exacerbates the problem. I know you're uncomfortable with the cost, but you know it's not an issue for me and my family. It's a very small price to pay to be able to spend a day like this with you. I inhaled sharply at his words, just as I was taking a bite. The food went down my air passage, causing a coughing fit. I grabbed the orange juice, desperately trying to wash the food down my esophagus. Jasper looked at me with alarm. Is everything all right? What can I do? He stood up and moved closer to me. I waved him off, taking another swallow of orange juice. He left and was back in a flash with another filled glass. I'm okay, I said weakly between coughs. Just swallowed wrong. I felt his cool hand on my back moving in reassuring circles. I looked up at him and smiled gratefully. Sorry to be such a drama queen. He laughed. You do have a flair, I'll give you that. Are you sure you're all right? Can I get you anything? Nope. I just need to finish this and then maybe we can move to the sofa and look at some of those whale books. I want to study a little so I know what to look for. I went back to eating. Jasper walked over to the stereo and reviewed the available music selections. He smiled at one of the discs and promptly inserted it into the CD player. The room was soon filled with calm but otherworldly sounds. Whale songs, he explained. Did you know that the 3 pods of orcas that reside permanently around the San Juan Islands each have their own unique dialect? Scientists can tell the pods apart just by listening to the whales talk to each other. I shook my head, swallowing my last bite of breakfast. I really don't know anything about whales. That sounds really interesting. What else? He sat down on the larger sofa and pulled over one of the books from the coffee table. I walked to the kitchen and dropped off my dishes in the sink. I would have washed up, but I couldn't find anything to wash them with, so instead I just went back to the sofa. I kicked off my shoes and sat down next to Jasper, folding up my legs and tucking them underneath me to one side, so that I was leaning into him. It's only to get a better look at the book he's holding, I told myself. Right, who was I trying to kid? Jasper looked over at me, surprised but not displeased. He opened the illustrated book, then put his arm around me to rest on my shoulder, removing the final barrier between us. I snuggled into his side. It felt good to be this close to him, in a position that seemed fairly comfortable and non-threatening. I would do this with Jake, I reasoned, so it's just a friendly thing. No big deal. We looked through the book, illustrated with different orca whale behaviors. The photographs in the book were stunning. I wonder if we'll get to see any of that today, I said, pointing towards photos of whales performing cartwheels, back dives and tail slaps. I mean, I would just be happy to see their fins from a distance, you know. But to see something like this, I pointed to a photo again, that would be spectacular. It is spectacular, and I hope you will see some of this today. The whales from the resident pods are quite happy and used to being observed. Sometimes it feels like they enjoy performing for the tourists. I couldn't imagine it. Whales in the wild performing the same tricks that people paid to see at shows with trained animals in places like SeaWorld. I never liked those shows, thinking that the poor animals should have just been left alone instead of being forced to do things they didn't want to do day after day. It never occurred to me that in the wild they would be doing the same things, only without the motivation of free food at the end of each show. Folks, we're coming up on one of the resident orca pods, so I'm going to slow down to comply with whale watching guidelines. We're going to pull up along the side and move in parallel with the pod. They're clustering today and they look pretty frisky. You should get a good show on the starboard side. The voice of the captain was coming in over an intercom mounted into the wall. There are binoculars in the cabinet below the bookcase next to the deck door. Feel free to help yourself. I looked up at Jasper, startled. Oh my gosh, I said excitedly, whales. We're actually going to see whales. I scooted off the sofa, quickly pulling on my shoes and reaching for my jacket. Jasper set the book aside and got up as well. He walked to the bookcase and reached into the bottom cabinet to pull out a pair of binoculars, which he handed to me. What about your jacket? I asked. I knew the cold wouldn't be a problem for him, but it was drizzling lightly. He reached for the hooded windbreaker he had brought with him and put it on. Let's go, he said, smiling, as he reached for my hand. We walked out onto the deck and he pointed in the direction where the whales were supposed to be. I strained to see, but my eyes didn't pick up anything other than the ocean. Use the binoculars, Jasper suggested. I put them to my eyes and adjusted focus. Suddenly, I saw a giant tail fin come out and slap the water before disappearing under again. I pulled away the binoculars and looked up at Jasper. Did you see that? I asked, completely awestruck. Keep watching. I looked back through the binoculars and saw several dorsal fins sticking out of the water. It was a whole pod, clustered together. Then one of the whales threw itself halfway out of the water and dove. The others followed. They are very fast and can stay underwater for a long time, Jasper whispered, although we were alone and the whales were too far to hear us. Look for them to emerge a good distance down. He took my shoulders and turned me in the right direction. Keep watching, he said, and seconds later I saw the dorsal fins appear over the water level. One of the whales threw his body out of the water, turning about 180 degrees sideways, so that his belly was facing the sky, before diving under again. Jasper, I said in wonder. This is amazing. I know, he said, and they're just beginning. Our yacht was no longer moving, but the whales were on a course taking them closer to us. As long as we're not moving, Jasper said, the whale watching rules say we can stay here so the whales can get closer. I put down the binoculars and watched the pod move closer to us, its members slapping their fins against the water, jumping up and diving, one even doing a backflip. It looked like pure, unadulterated joy. Jasper moved to stand behind me, his right hand resting on the railing to the right of me, his left rubbing my left shoulder. He leaned over so that his lips were even with my left ear and whispered, I always thought watching these guys was as close to a spiritual experience as someone with no soul can get, but seeing them with you here, seeing that look on your face, it's even better. I'm so glad you agreed to share this with me. It was a testament to the awesome nature of the whales that our close proximity and the cool air that felt like a caress against my ear as Jasper whispered. Did not set my senses ablaze. This morning I was too awestruck to think about my physical attraction. I just wanted to focus on these amazing creatures and their absolutely majestic, carefree exhibition. I'm so glad you thought of this. Are they like this all the time? I asked, unable to take my eyes off the whales long enough to look at him. They're not always this active, he said. But they are used to lots of people watching, and I think they almost know what's expected of them. But it's all natural, right? I mean, no one trains them or gives them treats for tricks. No, that's what's so amazing. They just lead this happy life here, and they don't seem to mind that we want to watch. The pod was moving away from us now, but we did not follow. The captain has to let other boats get closer now that we've had our show, Jasper explained. We're lucky we're not here in the afternoon along with all the other tourist boats and don't have to wait our turn. The pod was much further away now. I put the binoculars back to my eyes in time to see some of the whales slapping their tail fins on the water, as if they were waving goodbye. I turned so that my back was against the railing and looked up at Jasper. This was the most amazing thing I have ever seen, I said earnestly. I have no words to describe this experience. And I never would have thought to do this myself. Thank you. He looked down at me, not saying anything. He reached towards the railing with his left hand, effectively trapping me between him and the railing. Not that I was complaining. I certainly didn't want to be anywhere but where I stood at that exact moment. My mouth opened slightly as my breathing got heavier and, almost as if it were happening to someone else, I felt my tongue dart out to moisten my lips. Jasper's eyes, focused completely on my face, darkened slightly. Bracing himself against the railing, he started leaning towards me, his face lowering towards mine. We had a scout report that there are some humpback whales in the area. Should we head in that direction? I was so caught up in the moment, so lost in Jasper's eyes, that for a second my mind could not identify the disturbing sound. Then I realized that it was the captain's voice. Jasper stopped mid-movement and a flash of absolute fury passed across his face, quickly masked by a blank expression. He muttered an expletive. That would be great, Captain, he said, without bothering to turn to look at the man who, I could now see, was standing on the narrower upper deck balcony. I looked back at Jasper. Whatever forces have taken over us a few moments ago, we knew they were now gone. We were back to Jasper and Bella, a couple of friends on a whale-watching adventure. He stepped back away from me and the railing. It's cold and wet out here, Bella, he said. Let's go inside and get you warm. It sounds like we have a little time before we get to the next spot. Until he said something. I hadn't even noticed the chill and the drizzle. Now that the adrenaline and excitement of my close encounters with whales and Jasper had worn off, I shivered involuntarily. Without a word, I walked past Jasper into the salon. He followed closely behind me. We took off our jackets and hung them over the chairs in the dining area. Shivered again. I think I saw some hot tea and coffee on the buffet. Would you like me to get you some? Quote, hot tea would be great. Almost before I could blink, Jasper was pressing a mug full of hot amber liquid into my hand. I walked over to the sofa, sat down, and took a long sip of tea. Jasper was still standing by the table, looking out at the ocean through the large windows. His posture betrayed a lot of tension, and I wondered if he was thinking about what nearly happened outside. For once, it hadn't been my doing. He had been the one who very nearly kissed me. He had definitely wanted to do it. I saw the desire in his eyes. And I had no doubt he would have done it had we not been interrupted. Was he berating himself for that near slip now, hating himself for almost cheating on Alice? Did he hate my being here, tempting him, doing nothing to stop him? I looked glumly into my mug and took another long sip of tea. I wished there was something I could do or say to make the situation easier for him, but nothing came to mind. I felt a profound sense of disappointment in myself. Because despite all my attempts to lock away selfish Bella, I desperately wanted that kiss and, at least in that moment, didn't care if Alice got hurt in the process. I wasn't thinking about anyone but myself. I was a monster. The whale songs that had continued to play in the background came to an end and an oppressive silence descended on us like a cloud. I knew that someone had to overcome this mood that threatened to destroy our entire time together. So do you come out to watch the whales often? My voice was low, but I knew he'd be able to hear me perfectly. He turned to face me, considered me for a moment, then walked over and sat on the sofa next to me. About once a year, he said. I'd come out more often if anyone wanted to come with me, but my family they're not too interested. I look at him incredulously. How could anyone not find the whales fascinating? Have they ever seen them? They all came with me one year. It was a disaster. Emmett just wanted to jump in the water and hunt. Edward and Carlisle found it peaceful, or so they said, but they prefer books. Esme humored me, but I know she would have rather been gardening. Rosalie had no patience. I think she spent most of the trip in the bathroom looking in the mirror. And Alice brought a sketchbook and designed a full line of black and white outfits. He laughed at the last recollection. At least she was inspired, if not in the way I would have expected her to be. But after that trip, well, I never asked anyone to come with me again and none of them complained. I was still staring, not knowing what to say. I reached over to take his hand. I guess this is yet another example of me bonding with a natural food source, he joked. No wonder my family doesn't get it. I get it, I said quietly. So if you are ever in the area again and want someone to come with you, just ask me. He looked down at my hand holding his, then over at me, and smiled. Thank you, darlin', he said. I hope we'll get a chance to do this again someday. Folks, you may want to head out on deck again. We're seeing a lot of birds, which means there may be a feeding ground ahead, so we might see some seals or sea lions. And we're coming up on the area where the scout spotted the humpbacks. The captain's voice interrupted over the intercom again. The man had absolutely horrible timing. We got up, put on our jackets, and headed back out to the deck. The captain had been right. This area was teeming with wildlife. With Jasper around, I didn't need books or a guide. He pointed out the sea, lions resting on rocks and hunting in the water, the birds of prey circling overhead, and, when we finally spotted them, a pod of 5 humpback whales. These guys are so majestic and interesting. They hunt cooperatively too. They spread out in a group and spiral underwater towards the surface, creating a wall of bubbles to round up a high concentration of prey. They're also pretty acrobatic. As if on cue, the whales started breaching, jumping high out of the water and slapping themselves in huge belly flops as they came down. Jasper and I both laughed. We watched the humpbacks for a while, until they disappeared off in the distance. Ready to head back to Seattle? I heard the captain ask. At least this time he wasn't interrupting anything. Yes, thanks, Jasper answered. Great show today. We got lucky. The captain agreed. Finding the resident orca pods isn't too difficult, but the humpbacks were a treat. We went back into the salon and took off our jackets again. I was giddy with excitement of what I had seen. Even though by necessity we were further away, this was so much better than watching a nature show on TV. Witnessing these awesome creatures firsthand was simply breathtaking. So what are we doing now? I asked Jasper after we settled in on the sofa again. Well, we have a little while before we're in the city, so I thought maybe we'd work on your poetry project. And when we get to Seattle, we're going underground. I looked at him curiously. Underground? Yup, we're going to see the Seattle of the old days. Dusty and cramped and, at least currently, underground. Huh, was all I could say. You'll enjoy it, trust me, he said. And I did. He got up to bring over my bag, which he had brought in from the car at the start of the trip, and took out a couple of Carlisle's books. Now, let's find you the perfect love poem. So is there anything in particular you're looking for in this poem? Jasper asked. I thought about the question. I'd like something romantic, but not too gushy. Obviously nothing too long, complicated, or overt. Something that wouldn't be a problem for Mike. No words over 6 letters long, then. He asked sarcastically. I rolled my eyes. Please, stop. Let's not do this again and spoil our day. Mike's not dumb and he is my partner for this project, so you can either help me or not, but if you're just going to make comments like that, then we're better off doing something else right now. Jasper looked away for a moment, then turned back to me with an apologetic look. You're right, Bella. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate, and I definitely do not want to spoil our day. Have you had a chance to look at the poems I suggested? I shook my head, and held out my hand for one of the books. I opened it to the first bookmarked page and read the poem. It was definitely a love poem, fairly short and simple, but not even remotely romantic. I flipped to the next selection, finding it very similar. I continued to read his suggestions, with the same emotional results. After reading the last marked poem, I closed the book, looked up to find him watching me carefully. What did you think? He asked. I didn't respond right away. I wanted to phrase my answer carefully, so as not to offend him. I couldn't quite reconcile in my mind the Jasper I had been getting to know and the Jasper who selected these poems. I don't think any of these will work, I said. They just don't seem right, like there's something missing. As I was speaking, a certain suspicion grew in my mind. Jasper, are these really your favorite American love poems? Do you even like these poems? He looked away again. No, not really, he answered. Then why would you make these recommendations? He looked down at the floor and sighed. My favorite poems are reserved for they wouldn't be appropriate to use in a project you're doing with Newton. I thought these were safer. They wouldn't give him any wrong ideas. I considered this for a moment. It made perfect sense. The Jasper I'd been getting to know would have preferred intricate, meaningful, romantic poems that undoubtedly would have given Mike wrong ideas. I understood where he was coming from. It's not that I don't appreciate what you tried to do, but my selection can't be all about what would and would not bother Mike. I'm going to have to explain my choice, and I just dawned. Do you think I could do it convincingly with any of these? I said, as I held up the book, so I guess it's back to the drawing board. I opened the book again and started flipping through it page by page, reviewing the other poems. I found several that had potential and marked them accordingly. When I was done with the book, I glanced over at Jasper, who was looking at me uncertainly. Shall we switch? He asked, offering me the other poetry book. I changed my recommendations, he clarified. Sure, I said, swapping books. I was curious how his poem selections would change based on our earlier discussion. Right away, I could tell that he had listened. The poems he marked would have been the ones I chose had I started with this book. These are all great, Jasper, I said enthusiastically. Thanks. I should be all set for tomorrow. I like your selections too, he said, so which one will you use for the project? I'm not sure yet, I hedged. I didn't really want to tell him about my veto power agreement with Mike. I'll have to think about it some more. I'll make my final pick tomorrow, after I've had a chance to sleep on it. You're not even going to give me a hint. He sounded disappointed. All right, I relented, opening up the book with his choices. I like this one. She pressed her lips to mine. A typo. How many years I must have yearned for someone's lips against mine. Pheromones, newly born, were floating between us. There was hardly any air. She kissed me again, reaching that place that sends messages to toes and fingertips. Then all the way to something like home. Some music was playing on its own. Nothing like a woman who knows to kiss the right thing at the right time, then kisses the things she's missed. How had I ever settled for less? I was thinking, this is intelligence. This is the wisest tongue since the oracle got into a Greek's ear. Speaking sense. It's the good, defining itself. I was out of my mind. She was in. We married as soon as we could. Jasper nodded. I really like that one too. It's pretty amazing when love starts out beyond the physical. And I understand the author completely. There is something incredible about a woman who reaches your mind. Not being interested in women, I wouldn't know. I laughed, but I like that the author appreciated his wife's intelligence first and foremost. I continued to flip through the book. I like this one too. Love is a place, and through this place of love move, with brightness of peace, all places. Yes is a world, and in this world of yes live, skillfully curled, all worlds, short and sweet, and yet so meaningful. Jasper said approvingly. Yes, And it's by E. Cummings. He's one of your favorites, isn't he? I enjoy many of his poems, Jasper confirmed. What else? No, I said. 2 is enough. And that's enough homework for today, I added. Isn't today supposed to be all about fun? Listening to you read poetry is fun for me, he said. Come on, just one more. All right, last one, I capitulated. They came to tell your faults to me. They named them over one by one. I laughed aloud when they were done. I knew them all so well before. Oh, they were blind, too blind to see. Your faults had made me love you more. I didn't want to look at him when I finished reading. Would he guess that this particular poem reminded me of him and how the qualities that he and others saw as faults were precisely what drew me to him? That's the epitome of true love, isn't it? He asked rhetorically. To love someone because of their faults, not despite them. It's a lovely poem. Yes, it says a lot in just a few lines. Great imagery, too. I could easily see the scene. And now we should really stop. I took the book I was holding and placed it inside my bag. I reached for the other book and did the same. Then I got up to look out the window. How much further do we have to go? Not too much further. We're in Puget Sound already. Would you like to go out on deck and check out the scenery? Sure, that would be great. I got up and stretched, my muscles a bit sore from sitting too long in the same position. We grabbed our jackets and headed out onto the deck together. The sky was still overcast, but it was no longer drizzling. We walked to the deck railing and looked out towards the shore. We got lucky with the weather, I said, realizing how ridiculous my statement would seem to another human. Not a ray of sunshine in sight. Your smile is sunshine enough, darlin'. He cocked his head to the side and smiled. Why thank you, sir, I responded flirtatiously, flashing W. Had I hoped was a demure smile and batting my eyelashes dramatically. You're most welcome, ma'am, he drawled. Then we both burst our laughing. I glanced over at him, standing next to me yet seeming entirely too far away. I took a step closer to him so that there was no space between our limbs. He looked down at me, his expression a bit surprised. He didn't seem to be getting the hint, so I moved over a little more, bumping him with my hip. His brows furrowed in confusion and his eyes asked a silent question. I sighed. It looked like I was going to have to do all the work myself. I lifted his right arm away from his body and moved under it, pressing myself to his side while my left arm wrapped behind his waist. I snaked my right arm across his waist in front and clasped my hands over his left hip. I was still looking up at him and watched as understanding dawned and he pulled me towards him with his right arm, which he rested above my right hip. I placed my head on his chest, my face a NGLED towards the shore so I could continue looking out. Thanks for today, Jasper. It's been fantastic. You're welcome, he said. And yes, it has. Really fantastic. I hope the rest of the day continues to meet your expectations. Will you be with me? Of course. Then I'll love every minute. I flushed when I realized I had said the word love out loud, but he didn't seem to notice. We stood together for quite a while, watching the shore as the yacht made its way to Seattle, and I was totally content. I almost resented the city skyline which loomed larger and larger ahead of us. I was sure Jasper had made fabulous plans, but a big part of me would have preferred just being as close to him all day as we were now. Once we reached the city I feared the mood would shift and this easy intimacy would be gone. As if to reinforce my building resentment, Jasper lowered his head and whispered, "I'll be right back, darlin'. I just need to confirm some arrangements with the captain." Reluctantly, I unlaced my fingers to let him go. He walked back inside, but I decided to stay on deck, leaning forward with my forearms against the railing. I wondered what else Jasper had planned for the rest of the day and smiled. Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't going to be subtle. I wasn't the only one with a flair for the dramatic. The yacht was just entering Belle Harbor Marina when I felt two strong arms wrap around my waist. "Are you ready for Phase 2 of Operation Seattle Storm?" he whispered dramatically in my ear. I giggled and leaned back against him. Even if we weren't literally attached at the hip. A day with Jasper would still be really great. Plus, the excitement in his voice was catching. Absolutely. We waited until the captain finished docking. Then, holding my hand, Jasper led me to the marina parking lot. Right up to a waiting limousine. I gasped, realizing that we were going to be chauffeured around the city, but I didn't say anything, determined to keep my side of the no complaints bargain. Mr. Hale. The driver confirmed Jasper's identity as he held the back door open for us. Jasper nodded in confirmation. Jasper, he said, and this is Bella. The driver nodded. I'm John, he said. Anything you need, just let me know. Jasper helped me into the cart and got in behind me. I looked around the inside of the limo, outfitted with an extensive entertainment center and a mini bar. I had never seen a limousine outside of TV and movies. It was impressive. Too much, Jasper, I said, shaking my head. Way over the top. He raised one eyebrow. Surely you're not complaining. I gave him an extensive eye roll. Nope, that would be going back on our deal, I said. I am just making a comment. John was behind the wheel now, awaiting instructions. Pioneer Square, please, Jasper directed. Doc Maynard's public house. Turning to me, he explained. Public transportation wouldn't really work with our timetables. Driving would have required renting a car and messing around with parking. Which is not exactly inexpensive, and by the time we paid for all the cab fares it wouldn't have saved any money over this. So you see, a limousine really was the most practical solution. I looked at him skeptically. His explanation was reasonable, a little too reasonable. I had a feeling the devil was in the details. Still, I reminded myself yet again, for him, money was no object and he was just trying to be nice. It was much better to just ignore the whole thing and enjoy the rest of the day. Driving down towards Pioneer Square, I had my nose pressed up against the window like a kid at a candy display, taking in the architecture of downtown Seattle. As close as the city was to Forks, I really hadn't been here much, so the excitement of the city hadn't worn off. I never looked back to confirm it, but I was sure the entire ride down Jasper had watched me with a smile pasted on his face, knowing I was thoroughly enjoying this part of the day. The limo dropped us off in front of Doc Maynard's bar in the center of Seattle's quaint historic district. Jasper took John's cell phone number to let him know when and where to pick us up later. Inside the bar several people had already gathered, eagerly awaiting the start of the tour. Jasper and I found a couple seat in an out-of-the-way spot. What? No private tour? I'm shocked, I teased him. He gave me a semi-guilty look. It crossed my mind, he admitted, but I figured I was already pushing my luck and your endurance with all the other stuff I planned. I'm glad to see you have some common sense left, I said lightly. I'm not sure I do, he said dourly. This tour is not going to be easy. Lots of humans in tight, cramped spaces. It will definitely be a test of my self-control. I felt a prickle of concern. I didn't even think of that, I said, ashamed that I had completely failed to consider his potential discomfort. We don't have to do this. He grinned at me mischievously. I'm just kidding, Bella. I'll be fine. This is one of the top tourist attractions in Seattle, so we definitely do have to do this. And I've been down in the underground before. It's not too bad. With your help I should be perfectly all right. What can I do to help? I asked, somewhat confused. Remember the way you helped me Thursday in the kitchen? I was thinking if someone started smelling too appealing on the tour I could just, replace their scent with yours for a while. I shivered remembering the moment in his kitchen. Was it only 2 days ago? The sensation of having Jasper inhaling my scent was exciting enough in the bright light of day. I couldn't imagine what it would be like in a dark, more confined space. And what the heck was I going to hold on to this time? I didn't think the underground had any conveniently located kitchen counters. Let's hope that won't be necessary, I said, squirming in my seat. He considered me carefully, obviously sensing my trepidation and discomfort. He grabbed my hand and gave it a light squeeze. It'll be fine, darlin', I promise. Don't you know? Whenever you're near me, I don't notice anyone else. My breath caught and I looked at him sharply. Another shiver went thought me. He had to know how what he just said could be misinterpreted. He had to sense the attraction I felt for him, which seeped out no matter how much I tried to block it. I looked deep into his eyes for some reasonable explanation, but, though his gaze didn't waver, it also didn't provide any relief. For the first time since we discussed this topic a few nights ago, I acknowledged the possibility that maybe, just maybe, the attraction I felt was not entirely one-sided. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bill Spidle's Underground Tour. The voice of the tour guide interrupted my thoughts. I looked to the bar, where the guide was launching into his introductory speech. I felt Jasper squeeze my hand again and then release it, as we both turned to listen. The tour was fabulous. Our guide was personable and funny and relayed the history of Seattle in such an engaging manner we were almost transported back in time. We learned that Seattle grew around the logging industry, that it was at first built on a landfill and that in the beginning it experienced many problems caused by tidal flooding. The guide told us about the fire of 1889 which destroyed most of the wooden buildings in the city, and about the plan to rebuild everything in brick and stone and to regrade the city about 12 feet higher to avoid future flooding. I could hardly believe when he explained that people were so eager to rebuild that rather than waiting for the regrading process to be completed they simply designed the new buildings to have two entrances, one at the old level and one on the second floor. When that floor would become the new street level. The guide's description of the rebuilt Seattle, with stone and brick buildings lining the streets which actually Cr. Ost the city 12 or more feet above the sidewalks like the Great Wall of China, and the people's need to scale ladders each time they wanted to cross from one side of the street to the other, was vivid in my mind. I was sure that had I lived in the Seattle of the day, with my absolute lack of coordination, I would have never left my city block. Our group headed down into the underground, and we learned about how eventually the lower sidewalks were covered up, with glass blocks used in parts of the sidewalk to provide natural light to the lower level. The lower level of Seattle continued to be used for a while, but was eventually closed down in 1907 due to health concerns. We walked through portions of the old sidewalks, viewing some of the former commercial establishments and the relics used in these strange spaces. I found it absolutely amazing that it wasn't until 1965 when someone finally got the idea to open up some of these underground spaces and bring people in for tours. The whole concept of the underground was absolutely fascinating to me, and I wondered that I had never known about it before. Throughout the tour Jasper and I stayed towards the back of the group. With his perfect hearing, Jasper did not need to be in the front, and in the back we could be a little further away from the other people, giving Jasper more breathing room. At each stop on the tour, Jasper positioned himself closely behind me, with his arms wrapped around me as he whispered the guide's words directly in my ear to make sure I didn't miss anything. Unlike this morning, when I had been distracted by the whales. His cool breath now provoked all the reactions of a caress. The sweet torture intensified even more when the guide would stop talking and I could feel Jasper inhaling my scent, just as sensually as he had the last time. It took every ounce of self-control I had, but somehow I managed to maintain my composure, keep breathing, and stay on my feet. At the end of the tour as we emerged from the underground into a museum-like room, I spotted a sign for the restroom. I explained to Jasper that I needed a human moment and left him to examine old Seattle photographs and documents. In the restroom I went through my regular cold water routine and managed to calm myself down a little. I berated myself for not anticipating this problem and hoped that whatever we were doing for the rest of the day would give us a little more space apart. My self-control was frayed, hanging by a few meager threads which could snap at any moment, and that was simply not something I could allow. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was slightly flushed, but overall the turmoil I felt inside was not visible to the outside world. Of course, it would be clearly visible to Jasper. My flush deepened. I knew I couldn't hide in the bathroom forever. Jasper would be concerned, especially given our last experience together at a public restroom facility. I allowed myself another splash of cool water and went back out. A photograph hung on the wall caught my attention and I stepped in to take a closer look at the Victorian scene. Hard to imagine all of these have been here for over a century, isn't it? I heard someone say and turned to see a stranger standing beside me. I appraised him curiously, noting his average height, brown hair, warm brown eyes and friendly, easygoing smile. "Yeah," I said, "it's pretty mind-boggling. Do you live in Seattle?" "No, just in for the day. My family and I are visiting my aunt and uncle. They all went to the aquarium today, but I'm not much of a fish lover, so I decided to do this." Looks like I made the right call. I blushed. Was this guy trying to pick me up? "I'm Caleb," he said, extending his right hand. "Bella," I replied, flustered, shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you, Bella. Are you doing anything right now? Would you like to have a cup of coffee?" He was still holding on to my hand, his thumb moving gently over mine. I was flustered. This was so unexpected. I've never had to deal with this situation before. I had no idea how to refuse the advances of a handsome stranger. "No, thanks. I'm kind of with someone." I tried to withdraw my hand, but he held it strong in his grip. "Kind of." He raised his eyebrow. "How about you kind of ditch them and have that coffee with me?" I was starting to feel very uncomfortable. This guy was not taking the hint. I tried to pull my hand away again. "No, thank you. I need to get back to my boyfriend." I hesitated at the last word, knowing that it was a lie, but needing to convince this stranger that I meant what I said. It didn't work. His eyebrow rose further. I was really starting to get nervous. "If you'd like to keep that hand attached to your wrist, I suggest you listen to the lady and walk away." Now, Jasper's voice beside us was low and menacing, startling us both. We turned to look at Jasper. Caleb, noting the barely contained fury on Jasper's face, released my hand as though I had just burned him. He held both of his hands up in a defensive gesture as he started to back away. "Hey, there's no problem here. I didn't mean any offense. She's with you, man, I get it." Jasper stopped paying attention to him, turning to me and enveloping me in his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. I nodded, relieved and calmer now that I was with him again. "He was pretty harmless, I think," I said. "He just didn't know how to take no for an answer. Sorry I had to call you my boyfriend. I'm sorry I didn't get here quicker. I came as soon as I felt your distress. I wouldn't have been so far away, it's too hard to weave through this crowd." We both knew if he had needed to he could have been beside me instantly, but that would have exposed his true nature to all the people in the room, which had to be avoided at all costs. Fortunately, the Caleb situation did not require any extraordinary measures. "It's okay, Jasper. You made him go away, that's all that matters. No harm done. Let's just get out of here, okay?" "Sure, darlin'." The car's waiting outside. Back in the car I was still preoccupied with Caleb. My first reaction to him had been neutral, even somewhat positive. I liked the friendliness I saw in his eyes. And he hadn't done anything wrong, not really. Holding my hand a bit too long, extending the coffee invitation beyond the first rejection. When it was so obvious that the rejection was less than honest, none of these things made him a bad guy. If I had met him at another time, I probably would have accepted his offer. So why did I feel apprehensive about the whole encounter? I knew the answer was Jasper, and the thought really bothered me. It wasn't that I didn't want to accept Caleb's invitation because I was with Jasper today. She was more that I wasn't interested in the invitation because I wanted to be with Jasper every day. I wanted the lie that Jasper was my boyfriend not to be a lie. I was so messed up, fantasizing about someone I could never have. I absolutely had to get some measure of self-control and perspective. I could have Jasper as a friend, that's it. No point in allowing myself to hope or even think about anything else. "Are you sure you're all right, Bella?" Jasper asked, his voice full of concern. I looked at him and his worried expression. I had to pull myself together, for his sake. He deserved to have a fun day. I had to put all this nonsense out of my mind, at least for now, while I was with him. I'm good. Guess I'm just not used to that kind of attention. I don't know why not. And I don't know why I didn't keep a closer watch on you in there. I knew what practically every guy in there was feeling when they looked at you. I should have guessed one of them was going to make a move. Jasper, I gasped. I couldn't believe the things he was implying. Bella, he ran his hand through his hair in exasperation. I wish you could see yourself as others see you. I rolled my eyes and tried to turn away. But he captured my face with his hands and looked deeply into my eyes. You're so beautiful, darling, all the more so because you don't realize it. When you walk down the street, practically all men notice you, regardless of their age or if they are or are not attached. They don't all lust after you, but enough of them do to drive me crazy. I'm so glad you can't feel it, Bako. Say if you did, I swear you'd never leave your house. My eyes widened and my mind tried to wrap itself around what he was saying. He thought I was beautiful. No, other men thought I was beautiful and she was their feelings that were driving Jasper crazy. Okay, that was a little disappointing, but good reinforcement for the self-control. I should have known that I needed to stay closer to you today. From now on I'm not letting you out of my sight. Nothing like this will happen again. I sighed and removed his hands from my face. Jasper, thanks for stepping in with Caleb and thank you for not overreacting in there. Edward would have, well, he may not have been as controlled. He was always a drama king, Jasper muttered. I guess that's the one thing we had in common, I laughed. Anyway, thank you for all that. But I think maybe you're overreacting a bit right now. It was just an isolated incident. Don't blow it out of proportion, okay? It's not like I was in any danger. But you were uncomfortable. I felt it. Well, yes, sure. It wasn't the most comfortable situation. But life is all about dealing with uncomfortable situations. Like being around humans is for you. I don't want to be monitored and protected any more than you do. He looked crushed as he finally understood my point. He covered his face with his broad hand and exhaled deeply. You're right. I'm behaving like an idiot. I touched his cheek. No, I didn't say or mean that. It's probably that need for protection vibe I send out that you spoke about before. I guess I make it difficult for people not to hover, especially my friends. So just keep that in mind, okay? He nodded. I placed a finger over his lips. Enough said on this subject, I smiled. So what are we doing next? We were driving through the downtown area again. Back towards the marina. I hoped our day in Seattle wasn't over, but I had been too lost in my own thoughts when we got into the car to pay attention to Jasper's instructions. Are you hungry? The question caught me by surprise. I had been so caught up in all our activities I hadn't even thought about eating. Between the Pop-Tarts and the breakfast on the yacht, I couldn't say that I was starving. But I acknowledged that some nourishment would be in order. I got grumpy when my blood sugar level got low and I didn't want to be grumpy with Jasper. A little, I answered honestly. Good, because next we'll get you something to eat and see the best view of the city. The car pulled to a stop at a curb. Let's go, Jasper said. We'll call you when we're ready to go, John. We exited the car and I looked around, then up. We were at the base of the Space Needle. From here it looked so impossibly tall, like an alien spaceship on stilts. Have you ever been at the top? Jasper asked. I shook my head. He smiled. Good. I'd hoped this wouldn't be a boring repeat experience for you. Come on. He pulled me along, as excited as a little boy. I followed, somewhat reluctantly, looking at the top of the structure. I didn't have a fear of heights, really, I didn't, but this just didn't look secure enough. It looked like the building could collapse at any moment. I bit my lower lip in frustration. I could feel how important this was to Jasper, but I couldn't completely suppress my anxiety. He must have felt it too, because he slowed and looked back at me. You don't want to go. He couldn't quite hide his disappointment. I was playing for time. I didn't want to confirm his suspicions, yet I also could not deny them. It's so high. With one step he was standing directly in front of me. Our bodies were nearly touching. He reached for my other hand, holding both of them down by our sides. I threw my head back to look up at him. His head was lowered to look down at me. Our eyes met and locked together. "Do you trust me?" he asked. I nodded, my head moving only slightly so that I could continue to watch him. "Then, you know I would never let anything happen to you." I nodded again. "So, there's nothing to be afraid of, is there?" I shook my head. "And, you'll come to the top with me?" Once again, I nodded. I was completely mesmerized by his eyes. At this moment I would gladly follow him through the gates of hell, confident that he would be able to keep me safe there, as well. "It'll be fine, Bella. Nothing bad will happen. You'll like it, I promise," he reassured me, though it was no longer necessary. "Okay." One more nod. I still couldn't find my voice. "Cat got your tongue," he teased. "Maybe." I shook my head to clear it. "I didn't realize you could be quite so persuasive." He laughed. "One of my many talents. Now, if you really don't want to go up there, we can skip it. But I guarantee it's completely safe." I shrugged. He had me convinced. "Lead on," I said. He led me to an elevator that whisked us to the top of the structure. When the door opened, however, I didn't see the observation deck I expected. Instead, we stepped out into what looked like a lobby of a restaurant. I looked at Jasper with questioning eyes. "You need to eat, remember." In truth, I had forgotten. But when we spoke of eating earlier, I was envisioning something like a hot dog or some chips, not an obviously upscale restaurant which, at least from our vantage point, appeared to be completely empty. A man stepped into the lobby and I assumed he would inform us that we were at the wrong place, but instead he greeted Jasper as Mr. Hale, and led us to a table, seating us directly next to the windows. Jasper. "Yes, darlin', we're moving," he laughed. "Yes, this is a revolving restaurant. We're slowly spinning around the axis of the needle. This way you can get the whole panoramic view while you eat." I considered this for a second. No, only were we at the top of this extremely tall, precarious building, but we were also spinning around its axis. Some of my anxiety returned. "Truly, Bella, it's perfectly safe. The restaurant has been here since 1962 with no mishaps." I swallowed hard and looked around. Except for the man who showed us to our table, we were, in fact, the only people in the restaurant. Why is there no one else here? On weekends the restaurant closes between brunch and dinner service. But knowing the timing of our day, I made some calls and they agreed to make an exception for us. I raised an eyebrow. A pretty good idea of what Jasper had done to persuade the restaurant to make an exception for us. He had certainly known what he was doing when he got me to agree not to complain. But a deal was a deal. So I sighed and resolved to enjoy myself as much as I possibly could. I looked at the menu that had been placed on the table for us and made my selections just in time to relay them to the waiter, who arrived to take the order. "This is really different," I said. "I never even knew a place like this existed. The view is amazing." I glanced out at Seattle below us. The sky was still overcast. But without the drizzle we could see the whole city clearly. "I know you think it's too much," he acknowledged, "but I just wanted to do something unique. And after that whole Caleb fiasco, I can't I'm sorry that we're in this restaurant alone." I had to give him that. There was no possibility that any stranger would bother me here. "I didn't realize how anxious you would be about being up here, though. You're okay now, right?" I nodded, hesitantly. I was okay, for the most part. "Maybe you could distract me," I offered. "What would you like me to do?" The waiter arrived with my iced tea, and the crab and shrimp Louis salad I'd ordered. I ate some salad and drank some tea before I continued. "If I promise not to use it for the project, will you tell me one of your favorite poems?" Jasper's expression was inscrutable as he considered my request. He hesitated, but just as I became certain that he was going to refuse, he started speaking. "There are many things in the world and you are one of them. Many things keep happening and you are one of them, and the happening that As you keeps falling like snow. On the landscape of not you, hiding hideousness, until the streets and the world of wrath are choked with snow. How many things have become silent? Traffic is throttled. The mayor has been, clearly, remiss, and the city was totally unprepared for such a crisis. Nor was I. Yes, why should this happen to me? I have always been a law-abiding citizen. But you, like snow, like love, keep falling. And it is not certain that the world will not be covered in a glitter of crystalline whiteness. Silence. I stared at him, transfixed. The images painted by the author were amazingly beautiful, but the overwhelming love described was complex and not necessarily welcome. The poem Reaper essented the struggle of someone who thought he had been on the right path, being diverted by the overwhelming force of love, still unsure whether this new course was a preferable one. I wondered why Jasper would have chosen this as one of his favorite poems, but the answers that crowded my mind were impossible and hopeless. It was a perfect poem to send a message, but the message could not have been one he intended. No point in allowing myself to foolishly dream, only to be crushed by reality. I seem to have rendered you speechless, Jasper commented, watching me carefully. I laughed nervously, realizing that I had made a mistake by failing to respond. Yeah, I guess. I was just thinking that there is a lot going on in that poem beneath the surface. Yes, there is, he agreed. Neither one of us seemed inclined to say anything else. I returned to my salad. How long has that poem been one of your favorites? I asked tentatively after a few silent bites, wanting to know the answer yet afraid to find out what it was. It's a fairly recent favorite, actually, he said, not quite meeting my eyes. It's beautiful. It is. I returned to eating my salad and watched the view change as the restaurant continued its rotation. As I ate, I thought about the situation with Jasper. I was playing a dangerous game, one that I knew I couldn't win. All the time I was spending with him, all the intimate conversations, all the touching and close calls, all the things he said that I tried to misinterpret, all of them would come back to haunt me very soon. Jasper would leave, it was inevitable, and when he left I would be broken. And there would be no one to help me pick up the pieces and no one to be angry with but myself. It was hard enough getting over Edward. It would be impossible to of losing Jasper if I continued down this path. Whether I wanted to or not, I had to be honest with him, had to tell him how I felt so that maybe he could help me get over these foolish fantasies, as he had once promised he would. Jasper, I asked timidly. What is it, Bella? He sounded concerned. I think we need to talk. He didn't seem surprised. I agree. In fact, I was planning on it. I was hoping to leave it until later tonight, when we're on our way home. Oh, I said, so he had noticed all my crazy emotions and knew I had a problem. I didn't know whether to be upset or relieved. On the way home sounds good. No sense spoiling the rest of our day with an upsetting discussion. There would be plenty of time for that later. I must have looked pretty freaked out, because he leaned over the table and placed his hand over mine. It'll be all right, Bella, he said reassuringly. We're good at talking things out. He was right about that. The best thing about our relationship was that, for the most part, we could talk about anything. It would be a little harder for me to talk about this with him in person, instead of on the phone, but I knew I could count on him to help me through it. The waiter came back to collect the dishes and to ask if I wanted coffee or dessert. I declined both. Jasper thanked him and discreetly slipped him some bills that, presumably, were sufficient to cover the check and tip. We got up and headed out of the restaurant. I tried walking back to the same elevator we came up in, but Jasper steered me towards another door. Since we're this far up already, we might as well head up to the observation deck, he explained. The observation deck was everything I imagined. At first, I insisted that we stay in the indoors portion, exploring the information and trivia provided on the SkyQ kiosks. Eventually, though, Jasper convinced me to come out to the open-air outer level. With him by my side, eventually my anxiety disappeared completely. I really started to enjoy the experience. We walked around the whole perimeter, looking down at the city and pointing out Seattle landmarks to each other using the provided graphics and marveling at the beauty of all the visible mountain ranges. I looked through the powerful telescope trying to find our yacht in the marina, only to have Jasper point it out after he spotted it with his perfect eyesight. When I mentioned that I wished I had a camera so we could get our picture taken together, Jasper produced his mobile phone and an obliging tourist snapped our photo. It was difficult to see details on the small phone screen, but I loved the way the two of us looked standing closely together, laughing. Just before we decided to head back down, I turned to Jasper and, all cautionary thoughts from the restaurant forgotten, wrapped my arms around him in a spontaneous hug. "Thank you so much for convincing me to do this," I said, my smiling face upturned at him. "I can't believe I almost missed all this because of some stupid phobia." He smiled back at me broadly and lowered his head so that our foreheads were touching. "You don't know how happy it makes me to see you enjoying this," he murmured. "It was worth all the work it took to get you up here just to see the smile on your face right now. It's the most breathtaking sight I've seen all day." "You have a pretty breathtaking smile yourself, Major Whitlock," I teased. "I'm pretty sure more than one woman out here is giving me the evil eye right now." "I wouldn't know," he said. "Are there other women out here?" I stepped head away from him and swatted him on the shoulder playfully. "Quit being such a flirt." He raised an eyebrow, still smiling. "Quit acting like you don't like it." I blushed. Darn him and his abilities. It's not like I could argue. At least not convincingly. It was time to change the topic of conversation. "So are we going to stay up here for the rest of the day, or do you have something else planned?" "I thought we'd check out the aquarium. I think you'd really like the tidal pool exhibit." Ordinarily I would have loved going to the aquarium, since I really like tidal pools. I remembered the hike I went on in the spring at First Beach to see the natural tidal pools. That little hike had resulted in mild injuries, so it was probably a lot safer for me to go to the aquarium. However, I also remembered Caleb mentioning that his family had gone to the aquarium, and I really did not want to see him again if he decided to join them after all. Jasper sensed my hesitation. "Or we could do something else," he added. "Would you mind terribly?" I asked. "I'd love to go there with you another time, just not today." He gave me a puzzled look, but didn't push me for an explanation. Instead, his brow furrowed a little. I had no doubt he was rearranging the rest of our afternoon plans. I watched as his face changed from concentration to a wide smile. "I know exactly what we'll do instead, but don't ask, it's a surprise." I rolled my eyes. "Of course it is. The whole day has been one surprise after another. Why should this be any different? Just go with it, Bella." "Jasper, you know I will. Like I told you Thursday. Today I'm all yours to do with as you please." "Oh, wait, did I really just say that? That came out totally wrong." Jasper turned away, sliding open his cell phone, but not before I saw the stunned expression on his face. "Great, now he thinks I'm throwing myself at him. Terrific, just terrific." I could feel a fierce blush spreading on my face. "John," I heard him say, "we'll be down in a few minutes. Please pick us up where you dropped us off." When he turned back to me his face was composed, no sign of the earlier reaction. He gave no indication that he wanted to add "Rest my last statement," and that was fine by me. "Ready to go?" he asked. I simply nodded, my face still burning. Ordinarily, at this point we would have reached for each other's hands, but neither of us did so now. My one single, stupid misstatement created a tension between us where there was none before. We waited for the elevator without speaking. No one else joined the line, so when the elevator arrived it was just the two of us stepping in for the ride down. I could feel the awkward energy crackling between us as we turned to face the door. I angled my face slightly to look at him out of the corner of my eye and caught him doing the same thing. We both looked away immediately. I was tingling all over. I saw him shift slightly, almost as if he were uncomfortable, which, as far as I knew, was nearly impossible for a vampire. Unconsciously, I mirrored his action, shifting away from him slightly as well. The small movement did nothing to alleviate the new burning sensation that was spreading throughout my body. I watched the door of the elevator anxiously, willing it with my mind to open and let us out of this highly charged, moving cell. A few more seconds of this and I wouldn't be responsible for my actions. Without even looking at him, I knew he felt the same way. Moments later I felt him turning towards me and reaching for my hand. He grabbed my hand and pulled me, only hard enough to bring me within the circle of his arms. He looked down at me, his golden eyes a shade darker than before. "Darlin'," he said, his voice deep and tender. "Jasper," I whispered. His head dipped again, just like this morning out on the deck. My lips parted slightly in anticipation. I could feel his cool breath on my face, his spicy scent increasing my level of excitement. I started to close my eyes. And then the elevator door slid open. Startled, Jasper changed the course of his head almost imperceptibly, so that instead of his lips coming into contact with mine, his nose brushed again. Saint mine and came to rest against my cheek. He let out an exasperated sigh and we both turned to face the elevator attendant before stepping out. Outside, the breeze felt good against my skin as we walked to the car. I was extremely agitated and needed something to help me cool off before Jasper and I found ourselves in yet another closely confined space. I didn't know what to make of what was happening today. Could my attraction for Jasper really have such an effect on him that it would cause him to act impulsively and disregard his commitment to Alice? That was the only explanation I could come up with. And yet it didn't make any sense. If Jasper could effectively control his bloodlust, why not the other type of lust as well? Then it dawned on me. Maybe the control over his bloodlust was taking up all of his energy so that there was nothing left to control other urges, especially if they were forced upon him by someone who spent a lot of her time in close proximity with him. I was horrified. It was bad enough that I could not control my feelings and that Jasper could sense them. Now they could possibly be impacting him and causing him to act out of character. Causing him to lose control. This was intolerable, and just a couple of days ago I had effectively stripped him of the only defense he had available, stopping him from calming down my emotions when they became too much for him. No wonder he needed to talk to me later. Clearly we could not continue on the path we were now. Either I would have to let him use his ability on me or we would have to stop seeing each other until I managed to get my own feelings under control. I hesitated when we reached the car, reluctant to enter the closed-in space where my emotions had the potential to impact Jasper so severely. I wonder, how to maximize the distance between us in the vehicle without making my efforts too obvious. I started to get in, but Jasper placed a hand on my upper arm to stop me. "Can we?" He hesitated. "Can we talk for a minute, Bella?" My stomach knotted up, but I nodded and turned back to him. We walked away from the car, out of John's earshot. What happened back there? He moved his head in the direction of the Space Needle. That shouldn't have happened. I can't explain, there was just this moment and something in the air and I'm sorry. Wait, why was he apologizing to me? How was I supposed to respond? Fortunately, I didn't have to think about that too hard, as he continued without pause. I'd hate for that lapse in judgment to ruin the rest of our time together today. Do you agree? I nodded. Of course I agreed. I would have given anything to go back in time and erase the last 15 minutes. So maybe we can just, he expelled a burst of air through his nose and inhaled again deeply. Just forget it happened. Just ignore the people on the elevator and focus on these two. He slid open his phone and held it so that we could both see the photo taken of us such a short time ago. I stared at the screen and focused on our smiling faces. I really wanted to go back in time. Yes, I said, I'd like that, but how? He looked at me, scrutinizing my face carefully, then opened up his arms in an inviting fashion. I hesitated. Was this a smart thing to do? What if I started having more inappropriate thoughts? The look of disappointment on his face upon seeing my delay convinced me that I had to try. I stepped closer to him and wrapped my arms around his waist as his arms encircled me. It felt nice. Not inappropriate. Just nice. comfortable, and homey. I rested my cheek against his chest and sighed. I felt a most remarkable sense of comfort and belonging. And then, without any warning, I felt his fingers on both sides above my hips start to move, and the comfortable feeling evaporated as I was forced to laugh. He was tickling me. I gasped. "Jasper, stop," I pleaded through my laughter. I looked up to see him smiling down on me mischievously. "Ask me politely." He was laughing as well. "Please, stop," I begged. "You're killing me." I was laughing so hard tears were beginning to well up in my eyes. He let me go, then, and I jumped away heading for the safety of the car. But he caught me from behind, which only gave him better access to the sensitive skin of my abdomen. His fingers skimmed across my shirt with the lightest touch, sending me into another fit of laughter. I could hear his echoing laughter ringing pleasantly in my ear as I tried to extricate myself from his grasp. "Jasper, this is torture. You have to stop," I complained through my continuous laughter. "I don't know. You seem to be enjoying yourself," he teased. But then his fingers stopped moving, and he pulled me closer against him briefly before letting me go. I leaned over for a few seconds, hands resting on my upper thighs as I tried to regulate my breathing. Then I straightened and looked back at him with a smile. "I'll get you for this, Jasper Whitlock," I threatened, "when you least expect it." His eyebrows went up and down in unison. "I very much doubt you'll succeed, but it will be fun seeing you try." I huffed, pretending to be insulted. "Never underestimate the power of human ingenuity," I said in what I hoped was a mildly menacing tone. "I'll figure something out." He inclined his head in a quick bob. "I hope you do, darlin'. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. And now, let's get on with the rest of our day." All the tension between us was gone as we walked back to the car. Out of the corner of my eye I saw an older woman standing with her leashed Pomeranian, watching us with an obviously approving smile. I looked to Jasper, who placed his arm around my waist and pulled me to his side as we walked. My own happiness spread throughout my body. Everything was back on track. "Take us to the Bay Pavilion at Pier 57, please, John," Jasper said after we were both in the car. I looked at him questioningly, but he just shrugged his shoulders. "You'll see in a bit. No sense in spoiling the surprise now." I didn't complain. Instead, I settled back in the leather upholstery and enjoyed the brief drive. We got out of the car at the pier. I looked at the building in front of us, still not understanding what we were doing here. I followed Jasper inside and soon saw the reason he chose this place. I laughed. "You found an arcade. I told you I would," he said smugly. "Now, they only have the Pirates of the Caribbean machine. I know it's not one of your favorites, but it's the best I could do on short notice." I looked at him in amazement, so flattered that he cared enough about my stupid little quirks to find a place where I could play pinball, of all things. Of course, now he would find out that everything I told him was the truth as much as I liked playing pinball. I really wasn't any good at it. It was going to be a short stop. We found the pinball machine in the back of the arcade. Not surprisingly, it wasn't being used. We walked up to it and I studied the playing field. It looked like it could be a lot of fun. I glanced at the coin slot. We needed tokens. Jasper volunteered to go back to get some. I stayed to learn more about the game. I chuckled where I saw that the word, "rules," had been crossed out and replaced by, more like, "guidelines." The makers of the game had a sense of humor. Jasper returned shortly and slipped the tokens into the coin slot. "She's all yours," he said as he stepped aside. I walked up to the machine timidly. I haven't played in a long time. I cringed a little. "I'm probably really rusty, and I've never played this machine." "Darlin', it doesn't matter. We're not here for a competition. Just have some fun. Enjoy it." I stepped up and launched the first ball, placing my fingers over the flipper buttons on the side. The game had a classic feel. Just two flippers, a wide-open lower playing field and a crowded upper field. I wasn't the best flipper handler, so this was exactly the kind of game I feared the most. Too many times the ball would come shooting at me directly down the middle and I'd watch it disappear right between the flippers. Nothing for me to do. Still, I managed to keep each ball in play a respectable period of time, even locked up and released some multi-balls. I enjoyed the play of the lights across the fields and the different quotes form the movie being played in the background. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Didn't we already kill that thing? You're the worst pirate I've ever seen. At times I would look over at Jasper, who was leaning on one of the other machines, watching me indulgently with a self-satisfied grin. I tried to limit the number of times I looked at him, because it seemed each time my attention was diverted I lost another ball. But I also couldn't help looking, since I enjoyed seeing him there as moo as I was enjoying the game. After a little while I was on my last ball. Should I get some more tokens, darlin'? He drawled. No, I declined. How about you just help me keep this one in play a little longer? His grin turned into a wide smile. As you wish, he said, and moved over to stand behind me. Launch it, he encouraged, and then placed his fingers lightly over mine over the flipper buttons. Playing with Jasper was awesome. Of course, there wasn't much for me to do. I let him control the flippers by pressing my fingers gently over the buttons. With his perfect coordination, his playing style was much calmer than mine, and I probably could have leaned back against him and taken a nap without interrupting the game. Instead, I just watched the play intently, for the first time having enough time to get to know the rules. Jasper completed each element of the game perfectly and methodically, letting me watch the story unfold as the creators of the game intended. In its own way, it was as much of a miraculous experience as the whales we saw earlier. I absolutely loved it. Do you want me to keep going? He asked after he completed all of the tricks once. I shook my head. No, I've seen enough. We don't have to stay here all night. Jasper deliberately let the ball fall through to end the game. I exhaled audibly. That was something, I said. Thank you so much, again. You were spoiling me rotten. That's the idea, darlin'. That's the idea. Hand in hand, we walked out of the arcade back onto the pier. It took me a little while to adjust to the natural light. I glanced around. Jasper, look, a sketch artist. I exclaimed excitedly. It's so amazing what they can do in just a short period of time. I've always wanted one of those done. He looked at me with a smile. If you've always wanted one, then you'll have one done today. My smile faded. I was already uncomfortable enough with all the extravagant plans Jasper had made for the day. And now he wanted to spend more money on sketches. I couldn't just keep accepting his generosity. No complaints, remember, he reminded me gently. Nothing would make me happier than to give you this memento of our time together. I relented. No matter how much I hated the thought of more money being spent on me, I desperately wanted this memento as well. Something to remember him after he was gone. The artist finished with his customer, handing her the completed portrait and accepting her payment. He looked back and, seeing the two of us, pulled over a second stool. No, Jasper said quickly. This will just be her. He tried pushing me towards the stools, but I grabbed his hand and refused to budge without him. Come on, I pleaded. It has to be the two of us. Your girlfriend's right, the artist added. Trust me, someday you'll want this reminder of how the two of you look right now. Jasper still looked like he was going to resist. Please, I said in a small voice as I widened my eyes and stuck out my lower lip in a pleading pout. It was childish, but I had a feeling it would work. All right, Jasper reluctantly agreed and followed me to the seats. Great, said the artist. I'm Ken. What are your names? Jasper and Bella, I quickly responded. Okay, Jasper, I need you to sit on the back stool and spread out your legs, so that Bella can sit between them on the other stool. Bella, slide the stool you're sitting on back towards Jasper. Jasper and I followed Ken's instructions. Terrific. Now, Jasper, bring your arms to the front and wrap them around Bella. Good. Bella, cross your arms in front on top of Jasper's and lean back into him. We continued to follow the instructions, which now placed us in close proximity, tied to each other in a fairly intimate position. I blushed and looked up at Jasper. He looked down at me reassuringly, but behind me I felt him shift his stool back slightly. My flush increased. Bella, tilt your head to your right. Ken continued. A little bit less. Perfect. Jasper, you look no, you don't have to change a thing. Ken picked up his charcoal and started sketching. So now your job is to sit relatively still for 10 to 15 minutes while I try to capture the moment. Are you from around here? We're from Forks, I said. On the west side of the peninsula. Ah, Ken commented. And you came to the city on a date. What have you done so far? I decided not to correct his impression that Jasper and I were on a date. It would take too long to explain and, besides, I rather enjoyed this illusion. We went whale watching in the morning, then we did the underground Seattle tour and then we went to the Space Needle. Ken whistled. Wow, Jasper, you sure know how to do it right. You're a lucky girl, Bella. I know, I agreed. He's incorrigible. He's in love, Ken said. I blushed anew. With all the blushing, Bella, you're making me wish I was doing this in color. You two do make a lovely couple. Bella is lovely, anyway. I heard Jasper say behind me. It took a lot of effort not to break pose to look back at him. Indeed she is, Ken agreed. So, is this it, or do you have more planned for tonight? I didn't know how to respond since Jasper had not filled me in on our evening plans. Tonight it's just dinner and conversation, Jasper replied. And maybe a little dancing. I couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Didn't he realize yet how uncoordinated I was and how dancing was just not an option for me? He was looking down at me with a bemused expression. No complaining, he reminded me once again quietly. But you don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. I returned to the pose and smiled. Now that I knew the option was mine, dancing with Jasper didn't sound like such a bad idea. If we only slow danced, close to each other, his arms wrapped securely around me so that I had no chance to make a fool of myself, it really didn't sound like a bad idea at all. Jasper, you're quite the romantic, Ken said, planning such a special day for a special lady. Nothing I could plan could be as special as Bella, but I did my best. Well, from the look on both of your faces, son, I'd say you succeeded. Ken continued to sketch in silence for a while. I didn't mind at all. Sitting there by the waterfront, a gentle breeze coming in off the ocean. Leaning back against Jasper's hard, muscular chest with his arms encircled around me, I felt there could never be a more perfect place and time. I wanted to stretch this moment to infinity. Too soon, Ken put down the charcoal. All done, he said, taking off the sketch and handing it to me for evaluation. I took one look at it and gasped in shock. The couple in the sketch resembled Jasper and me physically. But it couldn't have been us. The girl was gorgeous, long hair flowing down her shoulders in waves, a smile of complete contentment on her face, and a confident happiness evident in her eyes as she leaned back against the man behind her. He had his arms wrapped around her loosely, but possessively, signaling to the world that she belonged with him. His face was turned slightly towards her and down, his wavy hair falling rakishly over one eye. His focus and concentration were exclusively on her, and the look in his face and eyes was that of a man who was looking at the most important woman in the world. His one true love. I looked at the sketch in wonder, completely awed by its beauty. Then my face fell a little. Ken must have noticed the change in my expression. Something wrong? You don't like it? He asked, sounding a bit hurt. No, it's not that, I said quickly. It's beautiful. I guess I was just looking for something more realistic. Ken laughed. Bella, I'm a good artist. But I only draw what I see. Trust me, if I had taken a photograph it would have looked exactly the same. I looked back to Jasper, who was studying the sketch carefully over my shoulder. Seeing my gaze, he lowered his head and rubbed his cheek against mine. No photograph or sketch could ever do her justice, Ken, but this is as close as anyone will ever get. He loosened his embrace, reaching to his back pocket for his wallet. He pulled out several bills and handed them to Ken. I knew it was much more than the regular price of a sketch. Ken's eyes opened wide as he took the money and shoved it in his pocket. Thanks, Man, that's very generous. You more than earned it, Jasper said simply, standing up and pulling me up with him. He reached for the rubber band offered by Ken, rolled up the sketch loosely, taking care not to crease it, and slipped the rubber band over the roll to maintain its shape. He handed the sketch to me and took my hand. Thanks, Ken, he said over his shoulder as we walked away. So what do you think, Bella? Ready to go back to the yacht? He asked. What happened to the dinner and dancing? There's a chef aboard the yacht, probably preparing dinner as we speak. As for the dancing, well, it'll be better for my ego if you refuse me in private. How do you know I'll refuse? I'm hoping you don't, darlin'. I'm definitely hoping you don't. We walked back to the car and, after calling the captain to let him know of our plans, Jasper instructed John to take us back to the marina. I looked down at the rolled-up sketch in my hand, trying to resist the impulse to unroll it and look at it again. Shall I get it framed for you? Jasper asked. I thought about it for a while. Much as I wanted to, I couldn't very well display the sketch anywhere. How would I explain it if anyone ever saw it? I shook my head. No, it's easier to hide when it's like this. I can't take a chance on Charlie or anyone else seeing it. He nodded his understanding. We'll have to find a book large enough to press it flat in. We'll make sure it's something boring, so no one is tempted to look inside. Carlisle should have something suitable in his library. That's a good idea, Jasper. Thanks. The car pulled into the marina parking lot. I waited as Jasper settled the bill with John, and then we walked back together to the yacht. Captain Jones was waiting for us and began final preparations to sail as soon as we came on board. Chef's preparing dinner in the kitchen, he informed us, but the rest of the yacht is open for your pleasure. Would you like to go inside or stay out on deck for a while? Jasper asked. Let's stay out, I said. We'll have to be inside later, so we might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Jasper took the sketch from my hand. Let me just take care of this. Be back in a moment. True to his word, even at human speed he was back from the salon in less than a minute. We walked to the railing and looked out at the Seattle skyline. I realized I would never be able to see the city again without thinking of this day with Jasper. The thought that this magical time with him was coming to an end made me melancholy. Are you okay? He asked, obviously sensing my mood. Yes, I'm just sad that it all has to end. I feel like Cinderella watching the clock, seeing it get closer and closer to midnight. It's just one day, Bella. It doesn't have to be the last day we spend together. I swear I have no plans to turn into a pumpkin. I laughed. Prince Charming didn't turn into a pumpkin, silly. Neither did Cinderella. And, if I recall, the story didn't exactly have a tragic ending. Didn't the two of them live happily ever after together? I cringed. It wasn't exactly a fair comparison. Prince Charming wasn't a vampire with a family and maid waiting for him in Alaska. I looked away. Suddenly I didn't feel like looking at the city anymore. Let's go to the front, I suggested. We haven't been there yet. Jasper followed me to the bow of the yacht and we looked out towards the horizon. The sun had finally descended below the clouds with just wisps of red streaks visible in the distance over the water. Daylight was giving way to dusk. It was all so beautiful. This was a perfect day, Jasper. I know I keep saying the same thing, but thank you. I'll never forget this. Me either, he said. And, thank you for letting me plan this and for sharing it with me. You don't realize how good you made me feel today. Really, how good is that? I challenged. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then a mischievous glint came to his eyes. About this good, he said as he stepped to the V in the deck railing, climbing up on the lower rail and spreading his arms wide. I'm the king of the world, he shouted. I giggled. Very original, Jasper, I said. I'm sure no one has ever done that before. Although I was laughing, I was also amazed by the way he looked up on that railing. Like a figurehead on the prow of a ship or a golden deity. He looked at me over his shoulder and beckoned me to him. So what if others have done it? It's still a classic moment. Want to try it? I shook my head. I'd better not, unless you feel like going for a swim. Come on, Bella, he said. You know I'll keep you safe. Here, we can even stay on deck. He jumped down from the railing and extended his hand to me. I took it and stepped in front of him into the V-point. That's it, he murmured, now spread out your arms. He guided my arms out, supporting them with his. And just like Rose in the movie Titanic, I felt like I was flying. Sure, it was corny, but also strangely romantic, and I was so relieved that I was supported by the deck railing and Jasper when he leaned over and whispered, I was already feeling pretty great, Bella. But nothing beats sailing into the sunset with you. I sighed. I loved hearing him say it, but stuff like this was exactly the reason why he and I needed to talk. I was about to say something, when he turned me around and pulled me away from the railing. May I have the favor of a dance? He asked. I saw him reach into his pocket and music started flowing from a speaker system I hadn't noticed before. The song was Selena's, I Could Fall in Love, the same song I played for him last night. Suddenly, despite the cool ocean breeze, I felt very, very warm. I promise it won't hurt, he said. I'm actually pretty good at this. All you have to do is follow my lead. Reluctantly, I took his offered hand and placed my left hand on his shoulder. He placed his right hand on my waist and started to lead. Following him was almost effortless, and for the first time in my life I actually enjoyed dancing. See, Bella, he teased gently. That's not so bad, is it? I didn't respond, preferring to continue gliding along the deck to the beautiful song. Selena reached the Spanish lyrics and I remembered that I still didn't know what she was saying. Would you like me to translate? Jasper asked, as though he had read my mind. I nodded. I'm always dreaming of you. Kissing my lips, caressing my skin, hugging me with crazy longings. Imagining that you love me. The way that I could love you. My breath caught and I had to look away. His talent must have been rubbed off on me and I didn't even know it. I had found a song with lyrics that expressed exactly how I felt, though in a different language. I swallowed hard, wondering what he was thinking, what he had thought when I played this song last night. I guess this was as good a time as any to start our discussion. I took a deep breath and was about to speak when I saw a man dressed in a chef's coat coming over from the salon. Mr. Hale, ma'am, he said quietly, clearly uncomfortable with interrupting our dance. Dinner is ready whenever you are. Jasper stopped just as the song ended. Perfect timing, he said. Shall we? I wrapped my arm around his and we walked back to the salon. I gasped at the transformation. The dining table was beautifully set and decorated with a gorgeous low floral centerpiece. Jasper pulled out a chair for me and waited to push it in for me as I sat down. I'll serve, if you don't mind, he said to the chef. We'd prefer to be alone. Not at all, sir. Bon appetit, I heard the man say behind me. Then I heard the click of the door that led up to the wheelhouse. A moment late, our Jasper was at the table delivering a beautifully plated crab cake and another plate with tortellini kebabs. These are beautiful, but you know I'm just one person, right? There is a limit to how much I can eat. Jasper sat down next to me, initiative at the opposite end of the table. I know, darlin', but I still don't know what you do and do not like to eat, so to be safe I had the chef prepare 2 completely different meals. Just to increase the odds that you'll find something to suit your taste. So you can eat whatever you like. I stared at him in disbelief. Was it actually possible for someone to be this considerate? Or, he said, with less assurance, you don't have to eat anything at all, if I manage to choose all wrong. I can ask the chef to come down and prepare something else. No, I said quickly. This is wonderful. Both of these are wonderful, I exclaimed as I looked at the 2 appetizers before me. I just can't believe you did all this for me. Though I suppose, suddenly I was embarrassed that I had been so surprised at his thoughtfulness, since he had never failed to consider my needs before. I suppose I should have expected this. You've planned out everything else. But Jasper, I said urgently, you have to stop doing this. Stop trying to make everything perfect. It's too much. I mean, please don't misunderstand. I love it and I appreciate it, but nothing and no one else could ever compare to this, and it's not fair. I turned away from him. I wanted to postpone this conversation until after dinner was over, so that we could speak without interruptions. I needed to tell him that I was feeling things I shouldn't be feeling and that his consideration and attentiveness only made it worse, but this just didn't seem like the right time. I needed to stall. Would he let me get away with leaving that last statement without a follow-up? I had to try. I picked up the fork and took a bite of the crab cake. It was delicious. This is divine. I took a quick look at him. He was watching me with a concerned expression. I could tell he wanted to say something, but was trying hard to restrain himself. I hated doing this to him, leaving things hanging the way I did. But I just wasn't ready right now to address that very sensitive topic. I tried one of the tortellini kebabs after dipping it in the accompanying sauce. It was wonderful as well. I wish you could taste these. They're fabulous. What else is on the menu tonight? If everything else is this good, I'd better pace myself. I saw real conflict in his face, his reluctance to abandon. Don Hour barely started discussion battling with his desire to answer my question. The latter won. Caesar salad, spinach gorgonzola salad, lobster tail and filet mignon, poached salmon, cheesecake with strawberry and chocolate sauce and tiramisu. My eyes must have bugged out of my head. Even tasting just a little bit of each dish was going to make me too full. Still, it all sounded great. Well, I said with a sigh, as much as I love these, if I'm going to try all that other stuff I'd better stop and move on to the salads. As it is, my stomach will probably run out of room before we get to dessert, and that's the best part. Seemingly before I even finished speaking, Jasper whisked the appetizers away and returned with the salads. The Caesar salad was magnificent, the fresh dressing prepared just right. The spinach gorgonzola salad with candied walnuts and raspberry vinaigrette dressing was just as good. I limited myself to a couple of furkfuls of each and watched as Jasper brought the main dishes. The lobster tail was my undoing. It was by far my favorite, and there is no way I could stop at just a couple of bites. I ate it without the butter or lemon, just savoring the rich, luxurious flavor. This is absolutely amazing, I said as I closed my eyes to really focus on the taste, very possibly the most wonderful food on earth. I opened my eyes to see Jasper watching me with an amused expression. What? I asked, slightly embarrassed. Nothing, he said, shaking his head. It looked like he was trying to hold back laughter. Obviously it's something. What's so funny? I was starting to feel a little mad for being left out of the joke. He must have sensed my impatience, because he decided to answer. Well, let's just say that if I didn't know you were eating, I'd really be wondering what you were thinking about. The look on your face as you ate that lobster was quite, sensuous. I could feel my face turning crimson. I hadn't realized my enjoyment of the lobster had been so obvious, or that it may have looked like something other than what it was. Yeah, well, I struggled for anything to say that would ease my embarrassment, since I know your boss. Why storing this information in your perfect memory? Why don't you add this bit to it too? I only allow myself to eat lobster once a year, at most. If I ate it more often it would stop being as special as it is. So if you've been thinking up ways to serve me lobster on a daily basis, you can just forget that. I was almost glad to see the look of disappointment on his face. I was getting to know him really well, anticipating the way he thought. I took a nibble of the fillet. It was as soft as butter. I didn't even need my steak knife. The poached salmon was equally delicious. I wished I was able to eat more, but, as predicted, I was way past my capacity limit. As soon as I put down my fork, Jasper returned the main dish to the kitchen and brought out the desserts. I looked at the scrumptious-looking cheesecake and the martini glass filled with tiramisu, and I cursed the cruelty of having to forego the desserts. Then I noticed that next to the tiramisu lay a giant caramello bar. I looked up at Jasper with a surprised but pleased smile. It was his turn to look embarrassed. I wanted to have at least one thing for you tonight that you were sure to like, he explained. I reached over to put my hand over his. Considering everything else he had planned for today, this was just a minuscule little gesture, but it meant so much to me. Thank you, I said for what seemed like 1,000th time. I wanted to say more, but that would have taken us into that dangerous territory again, and I wanted just a few more minutes of this fantasy before reality crashed the party and potentially destroyed my perfect day. I looked at the desserts again. I really couldn't eat another bite. But I thought after the talk, I might just need to seek some sugar-laden comfort. I'm super full, Jasper. But maybe if I put them in the fridge for now I can try some later. I started to get up but he placed a hand on my shoulder to keep me in my seat. Let me. It only took him seconds to put the desserts away and return to the table. So, we both said it at the same time. I looked at him and laughed awkwardly. I had been dreading this moment all afternoon. Maybe another dance? He asked. He see me. As eager as I was to postpone the inevitable conversation. I never thought I'd be this grateful for an invitation to dance. I nodded and nervously stepped into the dance hold. I realized that music was already playing. Had been all throughout dinner. I chastised myself for being so unobservant. Jasper was always so deliberate in everything he did. I was sure his choice of music was filled with hidden messages. I wished I could go back in time to know what songs had already played. The song that was playing now was only vaguely familiar. Given his unique voice, I was pretty sure it was by Sting. I listened to the lyrics. Be still my beating heart. It would be better to be cool. It's not time to be open just yet. A lesson once learned is so hard to forget. Be still my beating heart. Or I'll be taken for a fool. It's not healthy to run at this pace. The blood runs so red to my face. I've been to every single book I know. To soothe the thoughts that plague me so. I sink like a stone that's been thrown in the ocean. My logic has drowned in a sea of emotion. Stop before you start. Be still my beating heart. I stumbled and nearly lost my footing. I only managed to remain upright with the support of Jasper's arms. I was grateful, but I couldn't look up at him. My face was as flushed as the song lyric described. He knows. Oh God, he knows. That must be why he chose this song. He knows how I feel about him and this is his way of communicating that. But what does this mean? Does he want me to say nothing? Would he prefer for me to keep my feelings to myself? How long can I do that and still continue to spend time with him? I'm not as able to control my feelings as he obviously hopes. I felt Jasper pull me closer as I continued my internal monologue. His right hand moved from my waist to the small of my back. He took my right hand and positioned it around his neck while his left hand entwined with his right. I felt my left arm move up as if of its own volition and the fingers of my hands interlaced behind his neck. I closed the distance between us, pressing myself to his chest. I felt like a death row inmate being served my last meal, like this was the very last time Jasper and I would be this close. As much as I hated to think about it, I was determined to experience it fully, storing up the sensations to last for a lifetime. The feel of his cool body against my overheated frame, his seductive, spicy scent. The comfort and safety of his arms. We weren't dancing anymore as much as swaying, moving only very slightly within a small area. My eyes were closed and the HT side of my face was pressed closely against him. I felt his chin resting against the back of my head. The song changed and the tempo slowed down. I focused on the lyrics. What can you lose? Only the blues. Why keep concealing everything you're feeling? Say it to her. What can you lose? Maybe it shows. She's had clues, which she chose to ignore. Maybe though she knows, and just wants to go on as before. As a friend, nothing more. So she closes the door. Well, if she does, those are the do's. Once the words are spoken, something may be broken. Still, you love her. What can you lose? But what if she goes? At least now, you have part of her. What if she had to choose? Leave it alone. Hold it all in. Better a bone. Don't even begin. With so much to win. There's too much to lose. Once again He had found the perfect song to reflect my feelings. I nearly broke into tears, keeping only the most tenuous hold on my emotions and composure. He knew how I felt and he didn't want me to say anything. If I voiced the unthinkable, the friendship between us would be irrevocably broken. I felt like someone had reached in for my heart and squeezed every single drop of blood out of it before cruelly twisting it and ripping it out of my chest, leaving a throbbing, gaping hole. The despair I felt was unbearable. I was overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss of something I never had and never had a right to want to begin with. Jasper pulled me in even closer, nearly lifting me off the floor. "Bella, darlin'," his voice sounded as pained as I felt, "may I?" I nodded against his chest, the smallest of movements. I knew what he was asking and instantly felt a wave of calm washing over me, dulling the ache and filling the emptiness. The artificial calm also seemed to impact my control over my limbs, and I sagged helplessly against him. I felt his left arm move up to just beneath my shoulders as he leaned down and inserted his right arm behind my now bent knees. He lifted me up and deposited me on the sofa, all the while continuing to fill me with the calming waves. Once I was on the sofa, I reached for a toss pillow and hugged it close to my chest as I curled into a fetal position. Jasper kneeled on the floor in front of me and soothingly ran his hand over my forehead, smoothing my hair and tucking loose strands behind my ear. "God, Bella, I am so sorry. I never meant for this to hurt you so much. I wish I could do something, change my feelings in some way so that I wouldn't cause you all this pain." I tried to smile, not sure if I was succeeding. "You don't have to apologize, Jasper. I understand. I wish I could change my feelings too. But I just don't think that's possible for either of us, is it?" Even as I spoke, I was shocked by the lifeless sound of my voice. "No, at least, I don't think it's possible for me." We were both silent for a while. I noticed the music was off now. The absence of sound was crushing despite the continuing calming waves. "Jasper," I had to ask him to stop. As horrible as the pain had been, this emotional analgesic was almost worse. Knowing what was right below the surface and not being able to feel it left a void of its own. "I know what I'm feeling hurts you too. But I need to go through it, I think." He nodded and looked away. At once the full force of the pain returned. I hugged the pillow tighter to my chest. "I had listened to the T-song countless times in the last few days," he said, dully, trying to decide whether I should say anything to you. "I wish I could remain silent, leave things unsaid, but after today I don't think that's an option. I have to say something, even at the risk of destroying the friendship we've built. Here it comes. Here's where he tells me that he sensed my feelings for him, and that he can't be friends with someone when that friendship puts his relationship with Alice at risk." I braced myself as best as I could for his next words. "I've tried so hard to deny it, to explain it, to run away from it. I never expected this to happen. Never thought it was even possible. But ever since that day you came to see me at the house, it's just been so completely overwhelming. I felt, but never understood, what Edward went through when he realized he needed to be with you despite how wrong it was for him to do so. Now I know just how painful his struggle was, because I feel exactly the same way. I have no experience with this kind of thing, so I'll do it the only way I know how. I'll just come out and say it. I have feelings for you, feelings I've never felt for anyone before. Ever. Not in my human life and not as a vampire. I don't know what it is and why it is, I just feel so connected with you intellectually and emotionally. No matter what I do, everything about you drives me to feel this way. The way you've gotten to know me, the way you let me get to know you, the way I need to know everything about you that I haven't learned already, the way you completely accept me for who I am. The way you always catch me by surprise. The way you share my interests and are willing to indulge me with those interests you don't necessarily share. The way I feel when I'm talking to you, like we could go on forever and never run out of things to say. The way I can't stop thinking about you. The way I ache to hear your voice when we're apart. The way I see your face whenever I close my eyes. And the way time stands still when you're not with me and races when we're together. I can't stop it, I can't resist it. And I know I probably shouldn't do this, shouldn't tell you, shouldn't risk everything we have right now. But if I didn't tell you then I would forever wonder, what if? And I think that uncertainty would be worse even than knowing that you don't and could never feel the same way. But Bella, darlin', sometimes I get these glimpses of feelings from you that actually give me hope. So even though I will accept anything you tell me tonight, I hope against hope that there is a chance that you've felt some of this connection too, that you might, at least in some small part, feel the same way. He stopped and looked at me expectantly, waiting for a response. I continued staring at him, not fully comprehending. I had been prepared for the worst, for the end of our friendship, the end of my time with him. I had never considered this possibility. I wasn't sure that I had heard him correctly, that his speech wasn't just some cruel figment of my imagination. Even as I listened to him I was too afraid to believe. I knew I should say something. He had put everything out on the table and it wasn't fair to stall. But suddenly it was all too much. The stress of the situation finally chipped away at the last vestiges of my control and the entire gamut of emotions flowed into me like a tsunami, overwhelming me completely. The anticipation, pain, fear and disbelief mixed with joy, relief, confusion and uncertainty. I was caught up in the torrent, unable to find a firm grasp or footing. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say. I pushed myself up, first into a sitting position, then to my feet. Jasper stood up with me, looking concerned and uncertain, but said nothing and made no move to touch me. I walked to the kitchen. At the sink I turned on the cold water. Not knowing where the glasses were and not wanting to bother to find out, I cupped my hand and scooped up a handful of water, bringing it to my mouth. I felt Jasper ghosting around the kitchen, opening and closing cabinets, and then saw his hand offering me a glass. I accepted gratefully, filled the glass and drank without stopping. Drinking the water gave me some precious time to think. I wasn't dreaming or imagining things. He really had just told me that he felt about me the same way I felt about him. And now I just needed to confirm, out loud, that I felt the same way. This should be a piece of cake. Much easier than what he had done. I set down the glass and leaned on the counter using both hands for support. I took one last big breath. Maybe it's better if you don't say it, Jasper interjected before I could get out a word. I can see how difficult this is for you, and you don't need to go through any more pain on my account. I already have my answer. I sighed. In a way it was a relief to know that he wasn't omniscient, that despite his ability to know what I felt he and misinterpreted my actions and emotions as easily as I did his. It put us on a somewhat more equal footing. But right now, knowing how much pain my false presumptions had caused me, I wished he had more of an insight. So that he didn't have to suffer needlessly too. I turned around to look at him, but he had already turned away from me. I walked up to him and wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my cheek into his back. I felt him stiffen, but I didn't back away. Jasper, I said softly. It might have been too soft for another human, but I knew he could hear me perfectly. You were wrong about those feelings you sensed from me. I feel the connection too and can't stop thinking about you when we're not together. I've never shared so much of myself with anyone, never met anyone who was so accepting of me without any judgment and who gave so much of himself without reservations. And I've never felt so safe with anyone, not just physically, but emotionally too. I honestly do. Know what I'm going to do without you after you leave. He stopped breathing. For an agonizing moment everything was perfectly still. Then he loosened my hold on his waist and turned around, reaching to clasp my hands in his. He brought them up in place to kiss across the knuckles of each hand. Bella, if you feel the same way I do, even a fraction of the same way I do, if there is any chance of us being together, then I'm not leaving until we know for sure where this leads. I could not bear to walk away if there is even a scintilla of possibility that you want to be with me as much as I want to be with you. I stared at him with eyes open wide. This was my dream come true, wasn't it? Hadn't I been hoping that he would feel this way about me, that he would return my feelings for him and choose to stay with me? Shouldn't this declaration make me deliriously happy? I didn't understand why his words, the words I thought I so longed to hear, caused pain instead of happiness. And then I realized what was wrong. All those times I had allowed selfish Bella to fantasize about Jasper saying these exact same things, of Jasper actually wanting to be with me, a part of me clung to the certainty that no matter what I did, Jasper would not reciprocate. I counted on Jasper's love for Alice to stand in the way of any interaction between us beyond mere friendship. I berated myself for tempting him, yet had full faith that he would not waver, he would not give in. I relied on Jasper's strength to stop me from betraying my friend. I could have inappropriate thoughts and feelings, but Jasper would make sure I never took any inappropriate actions. Wasn't this the reason why Alice hadn't called or intervened in our relationship already? In the back of my mind I had always reached that conclusion. Now everything was different. Now being with Jasper wasn't some impossible, unreachable fantasy. Now I knew that he not only felt the same way I did, but that he was willing to discard his relationship with Alice. To commit the ultimate act of betrayal, just to stay with me and find out if we had a future together. As soon as I thought about betraying Alice, another question muscled its way to the forefront of my mind. Had he considered this himself, and could I assume he reached the same conclusions I just did? Clearly I wasn't very good at reading him, and this was a topic too dangerous for assumptions. We needed to talk about this. I needed to know exactly how he felt. I took a deep breath, once again steeling myself for the worst, and asked the question I never thought would cross my lips. Jasper, what about Alice? His grip on my hands tightened slightly and he took a deep breath. When he spoke his voice was pained, but also steady and resolute. I know that this will cause her a great deal of anguish. And I hate myself for what I'm going to do, but once I started to have feelings for you I knew it was just a matter of time before I had to do the inevitable. There is only one option. I have to leave Alice. I gasped in shock. His pronouncement sounded so awful, so final. I recalled the pain of Edward leaving me, and I imagined Alice's pain, so many times worse for losing her soulmate. A man with whom she spent so many years, whom she loved with all her being. Alice was my friend. I could not allow this. I could not cause her suffering for the sake of my own happiness. The price was simply too high. I withdrew my hands and placed them over my face. Despite Jasper's seemingly calm demeanor, I knew he must be feeling turmoil inside. If I got him to talk about Alice and their relationship, if I got him to remember how much he loved her, maybe I could change his mind. Bella, this isn't about you, not really, Jasper said quietly. Even if you didn't, she returned my feelings. I can no longer go back to Alice, go back to the way things were. You opened my eyes, darling, introduced me to a side of me I never knew existed. I feel like I've been sleepwalking all my life and now I'm finally awake, and the things that satisfied me before are no longer enough. I would rather be completely alone than to stay with Alice and the rest of the family and still feel alone among them. I looked up at him again. But you won't be alone, Jasper. If you were able to find another side of you through me, why can't Alice find another side of herself as well? You need to give her a chance to do that. At the very least you owe her that chance. He obviously heard what I said, but his resolved expression did not waver. Neither did my determination. Can we sit and talk about this? I asked. He didn't respond, but he did follow me and sat beside me on the sofa. Tell me about her, Jasper. Tell me about you and Alice. He shook his head. I know what you're trying to do, Bella. It's not going to work. Humor me. If it truly doesn't matter, then what's the harm in telling me? He sighed, then began speaking, calmly and quietly. From the moment I first laid eyes on her, Alice was a force of nature. I walked into that diner in Philadelphia, saw her, and didn't know what to think. At first I was expecting an attack, but I wasn't worried. She was so tiny, hardly a threat. I had no idea that her real power had nothing to do with her size. Then she accused me of being late in such a way that I had to apologize for something I didn't even know I had done. And that set the tone for the rest of our relationship. I winced at his last remark. His voice had been bitter when he said it. I'd never heard him speak in that tone of voice about Alice before. Something in him really had changed. I love Alice, he continued, the bitterness gone. She saved me from a miserable existence, a life not worth living. She showed me a different way. She gave me a family. It was more than someone like me could ever deserve. I owe her more than I can ever repay. I gulped. Then how can you even consider leaving her? I have to leave because I've never felt about Alice the way I feel about you. She and I have nothing in common. We never talk, not really. We never do anything together that she doesn't initiate. Throughout our decades together Alice has always known what would happen in advance and I simply followed her instructions. I could never surprise her, never choose, I could never even do the wrong thing, make a mistake. I was the ultimate puppet. My heart broke for him as I listened. I reached out and took his hand. Even as I wanted to deny his version of life with Alice, I knew he was telling the truth. I had been on the receiving end of Alice's plans and I knew firsthand what it felt like to be swept up into her grand schemes. There was no refusal, no free will. I loved Alice and I knew she always meant well, but when I tried to imagine a lifetime of shopping and makeovers and parties, I had to admit that I would not have been able to handle it. I considered Jasper carefully, finally understanding some of what he was trying to say, and wondering how he had been able to stand it for as long as he had. I didn't mind before, because life with Alice was so much better than my life before I met her. He answered my unspoken question. And before you came along I just didn't know another way of life existed. Everyone in the family bends to Alice's will. Of course, unlike me, they aren't her constant focus of attention. But still, just as before I met Alice I thought I needed human blood to survive, afterwards I was convinced I could not live without her constant supervision and intervention. I squeezed his hand and moved closer to him, leaning my head on his shoulder. Instinctively I knew how difficult this was for him to talk about and I wanted to give him a small measure of comfort. I felt him rub his cheek slowly against the top of my head. Then inhale deeply. Then you came along and showed me how much more there can be, and I can't go back. I can't be the puppet again, Bella. And it wouldn't be fair to Alice. For me to be with her when my feelings for her have changed, when I feel so much more for you. I gnawed on my lower lip, realizing that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. He had given this a lot of thought, and I had to admit that after hearing his explanation I understood his reasons. I loved Alice and did not want to cause her any pain, but I loved Jasper too, and going back to Alice and the way things had been would undoubtedly cause him pain. Could Alice change to keep him with her? Would she even want to once he told her of his feelings for me? And if she really loved him, why hadn't she seen this and asked him to come back to her? Why wasn't she fighting harder to keep him? Or maybe she had been and he just hadn't told me. I had to find out. Have you spoken with her about any of this? No. Jasper's tone was clipped. I haven't spoken with her since last Tuesday. Do you think she's seen? He contemplated my question. I'm not sure. She would have seen us in Seattle together, of course. But as for the rest, I only made the decision this evening to confess my feelings for you and to leave her regardless of your response, so she wouldn't have had a lot of notice. Still, by now I imagine she will have seen it all. So she'll be expecting it. She'll have time to prepare. She'll have time to draft a battle plan or a goodbye speech. She'll have time to hate me for ruining her life. She'll have time to plot her revenge. I dropped Jasper's hand and moved away from him, running my fingers through my hair. I had to take responsibility for my role in this situation. Had I not gone back to the Cullen house, had I not started to see Jasper far more often than any good friend of his absent girlfriend should, things may have turned out differently. But if I had to do things over again, would I do anything different? The honest answer was, no. Still, I owed it to Alice to stay away from Jasper until the two of them sorted out their relationship. And if, in the end, they repaired the damage and chose to stay together, then I would be happy for them even through my own loss. I turned to face Jasper, looking deeply into his eyes. You have to go to her and tell her in person. You know that, right? You have to tell her everything and give her a chance to respond, to change. Because I can't be that girl. That girl who fools around with her best friend's man behind her back and who only cares about herself. I can't even consider being with you until you settle things with Alice, one way or another. And in the end, Jasper, know that I want you to be happy. Regardless of where or with whom. So you have to go to Alaska, as soon as possible. You need to be honest with her. And then, if your decision is still the same, you'll come back and we'll figure things out as they come along. Quote, my decision will be the same, and I will come back to you. But I know you're right. I owe it to Alice to explain it all to her in person. I'll leave tomorrow after you go to Mike's. He grimaced slightly as he said Mike's name, which suddenly made a lot more sense, and I'll be back as soon as possible, probably Monday. I shook my head vehemently. Don't rush this, Jasper. You and Alice have been together too long for you not to take as much time as you both need to come to the right decision. Please don't do to her what Edward did to me. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth at the thought of the way Edward had left me. Even after only a few months together I thought I deserved better. Jasper and Alice had been together for decades. He needed respect that and stay with her as long as was necessary, give her a chance to change his mind if that was what she wanted. And please keep an open mind, I added. You haven't seen Alice in a long time and you've been spending much too much time with me. It's possible that some time and distance away from me will provide a different perspective, and that seeing Alice again will help you rediscover over why you fell in love with her in the first place. Jasper shook his head. I will keep an open mind, darlin', I promise, but I know for sure distance will do nothing to change or diminish my feelings for you. I already tried that when I left for my hunt, so I know firsthand that being away from you only makes me want to be with you more. And as for falling in love with Alice, when I met her, she told me we would be together forever and I believed her. I fell into a relationship, but I don't think I ever fell in love. All I can promise is that when I speak with Alice I will resolve everything. There will be no loose ends for you to worry about when. I looked at him disapprovingly. If, he amended, if I come back. I had a feeling he had only been appeasing me with the last statement, but it was the most I could ask. This was as much as I could give Alice. She would have to do the rest of the work herself. We sat silently for a while as I contemplated the cold, hard truth of distinct possibility that tomorrow afternoon would be the last time I would ever see him. I dug my nails into my palms so that the physical pain would distract me from the emotional pain threatening to take over again. Jasper reached for my hand and uncurled my fingers to intertwine them with his. Bella, will you promise to do something for me while I'm gone? I nodded slowly. Will you make Sir that Newton keeps his paws off of you as you work on this project? I won't be around to scare him off, and I'd hate to have to kill him when I return. I couldn't quite tell if Jasper was serious or if he was joking. I decided it would be better to treat his comment as a joke. Not to worry, Jasper. If necessary, I can growl as well as you. And Mike knows better than to try anything at this point, really. You heard our conversation Wednesday night. He thinks I'm still pining for Edward. Are you? His quiet question caught me off guard. What, are you still pining for Edward? I opened my mouth to speak, then closed it again. I stared ahead with unseeing eyes, completely lost in thought. I wanted to answer in the negative, because I wasn't pining, exactly. But I couldn't deny that a part of me still loved him. Still missed him, still felt the pain and betrayal over his abandonment. No, I said finally, I'm not pining for him. But you still love him. Jasper pressed. I suppose, I answered honestly. That a part of me will always love him. And if he came back tomorrow and told you he still loved you and begged for your forgiveness. I look at our intertwined hands. Why was he doing this to me? Didn't he realize how painful this subject was for me? Edward was the last person I wanted to talk about right now. Still, after I made him talk about Alice, and I supposed I owed him an honest answer. Whatever that was, my heart twisted painfully in my chest. I had not allowed myself to think about the possibility of Edward's return before. A part of me hated him, not so much for leaving me as for the way he had done it. But that other part, the part that still loved him and missed him, could that part of me forgive him if he came back and he were truly sorry? Could I envision myself back in the role of Edward's girlfriend? It felt like too many things happened and the girl who could lose herself in Edward hero worship no longer existed. I think I could forgive him, but things would never be the same. I don't think I could ever be with him again. I look at my relationship with Edward differently now than I did when I was in it. When I first realized that Edward actually wanted to spend time with me, I felt so lucky, so privileged, so special. I literally went to talk to him the first time when he wagged his finger over at me in the cafeteria, and that never seemed to change. He was like my own personal superhero, saving me again and again from myself and others. And with that hero worship came blinders. When I was with him, I lost myself in him. I didn't do things with others. I didn't have my own interests. Everything was about being with him and doing what he liked to do. Now that I think about that time, I was always afraid of losing him, always convinced I didn't deserve him. Always thinking I wasn't good enough. I was afraid to really be myself around him. I don't think that's healthy. And, in the end, those thoughts allowed him to hurt me as badly as he did when he left. If he came back now, how could he possibly justify what he did? Not just leaving me the way he did, but forcing all of you to leave with him, forcing all of you not to speak with me, even to say goodbye. What possible reason could he give to justify doing that? I could forgive him for it, but I could never be with a person who willingly caused me so much pain. I could never trust him again. What if he told you that he left and made all of us leave to protect you from the dangers of the vampire world? That he left because he loved you so much he wanted to give you a normal life where you wouldn't have to face dangers like me? I looked at him carefully. His expression was pained. Was this the reason Edward gave his family for leaving? And they actually went along with it? How could they? How could they lay all that blame at Jasper's feet? Sheer fury boiled my blood. That's the most ridiculous, selfish, hurtful, manipulative thing I've ever heard. I spat out. I got up and began pacing, stalking the room like a caged wild cat. I never wanted to be protected for the vampire world. I wanted to be a part of the vampire world. He wouldn't grant me that wish, and then he denied me even the scraps of just letting me hang out on the periphery because ostensibly it was too dangerous for me. That wasn't his choice to make. I don't need a boyfriend who treats me like a child and makes all decisions for my own good without consulting me. Even Charlie and Renee don't do that, and I actually am their child. I guess if he had the guts to actually give me that excuse, I would tell him that I already had a father and wasn't looking for another one. I saw Jasper watching me with awe. I realized this was the first time he had ever seen me this angry. Even when he and I had the argument in my truck, I was far more controlled. I was instantly sorry that I had let myself get so worked up. I'm really sorry you had to see that, Jasper. It's just I can't believe he would have used such a stupid reason to destroy everything we had, to destroy me. He stood up and walked over to me, pulling me into his arms and pressing me close to his chest. He kissed the top of my head. Don't ever apologize about being passionate, Bella. You're gorgeous when you're angry. He chuckled and added, I just hope I never do anything to have that anger directed at me. I'm sorry for betraying his confidence, Bella. I should not have done it. I should not have told you why he left. But for my selfish reasons I needed to know what your reaction would be. Because he may come back someday, darling, and we both need to prepare to face him if he does. He pulled back and tipped my chin up to look into my eyes. I'm not proud of what I've allowed to happen with you. I knew as soon as you came back that Thursday, and I felt your faith in me when I told you about my training, and then when you came to me for advice the next day, and every time we spoke or saw each other thereafter. That I was in the wrong. Wrong to continue seeing you when you were the love of my brother's life and I was still with Alice. Wrong to pretend I could just limit my feelings to friendship. My betrayal will hurt the people I love most. Not just Edward and Alice, but every other member of the family as well. I am a horrible person for placing my own needs and happiness above all of theirs. But none of that is enough for me to stop and do the noble thing and let you go. The way I feel about you, the way I feel when I'm with you, is strong enough to overcome the feeling of self-loathing over what I'm doing to them. You need to know that, Bella. You need to know exactly how selfish I am. Because if Edward came back for you and you were with me, I would not stand aside. I would not let you go without a fight. I would use any means necessary to keep you with me. So I need to be sure that if he did come back, you would not want to go back to him, because I would hurt you in the process of fighting to keep you with me. You would never willingly do anything to hurt me, I said confidently. But the situation you described is not something you need to worry about. Thank you for bringing this up and making me talk about it. For the first time you've made me realize that I really am over him. I will never forget that first love and he'll always have a small piece of me. He deserves that, I suppose, but he will never have my heart again. If you still want me after you speak with Alice, I'm yours. We stared at each other. He moved his hands up and held my face between them, using his thumbs to stroke over my cheeks to the corners of my lips. This was a perfect moment for our first kiss, but with Alice between us it could not be so, and we both knew it. Instead, we just stood there, lost in each other's eyes. I had chosen my path. For Jasper the road diverged now, and he had to make a choice as well. I knew waiting for his decision would be excruciating. But I was at peace knowing I would be okay no matter which path he chose, as long as it led to his happiness. Suddenly I felt like celebrating. My lips broke out in a bright smile. What is it, darling? He asked, smiling back. I think I'm ready to try those desserts. I didn't remember much of the rest of Saturday. The desserts, as delicious as the rest of the food, put me into a coma and I must have fallen asleep cuddled against Jasper on the sofa, as we avoided the loaded subjects of our previous discussion and focused on safer topics, like favorite music. I woke to Jasper's hand gently caressing my face. I was in the passenger seat of my truck and highly disoriented. It's time to wake up, darling, Jasper said. You have to get home by curfew. It took me a while to focus my eyes and look around. Finally the street started to look familiar. We were parked a couple of blocks away from my house. As soon as it became obvious that I was aware of my surroundings, Jasper got out of the truck and opened the passenger door for me, then helped me get out and walked me to the driver's side. Are you okay to drive to your house? He asked. The fresh air helped to revive me even more. I judged the short distance from where the truck stood to my driveway and nodded. All right, darling, he said as he helped me get behind the wheel. I'll watch from here. I think Charlie might be waiting. Call me after you get ready for bed. I know you're exhausted and we don't have to talk, but I really don't want to miss this night with you. I nodded again, rubbing sleep out of my eyes. Jasper closed the door. I started the truck, smiled, and drove away. At home I said a few words to Charlie, got ready for bed as quickly as I could, given my semi-conscious at best state, set the alarm for the next morning and called Jasper. True to his word, he didn't try to talk to me. Instead, he wished me good night and told me how happy he was to finally be able to sing me this song. I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. Watch you smile while you are sleeping. While you're far away and dreaming. I fell asleep before I could hear any more of the lyrics. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. I groaned and moved to turn off the annoying buzzing. Good morning, I said, surprised that Jasper hadn't greeted me already. Hello, Bella. Did you sleep well? He sounded concerned and distracted, qualities that I hadn't heard in his voice before. Is everything all right? I asked, slightly anxious. Everything's fine. When are you leaving for La Push? Half an hour. I just need to shower, get dressed and get all the food together. Good. You're going directly there, right? No stops. Right. I was starting to get suspicious. Jasper, what's going on? I'll tell you about it when I see you later, I promise. Right now I don't want to make you late. You'd better go and get ready, all right? Okay, I said, hesitantly. You will explain later, right? Of course, darlin'. Just trust me for now. I'll see you soon. See you soon, I said. For the first time I saw that Jasper dropped off the call before I had a chance to do so. I had no idea what was going on and it was making me nervous. Why was Jasper acting so strangely? Absolutely nothing came to mind. Figuring that further speculation would be useless and a waste of time, I decided to concentrate on getting ready. Jasper had, after all, promised to fill me in later, and it was only a few hours before I saw him again. I got ready quickly and efficiently, then headed down to the kitchen. Charlie was up already, drinking coffee and reading the paper. Ready to go, bells. Almost. Dad, I just have to pack up the food. I pulled out a couple of empty plastic bags and gathered the food I would need for the brunch. I didn't know how well equipped the Black's kitchen was, so I also packed some utensils and a couple of cast iron skillets. When everything was gathered up, Charlie helped me carry the bags to my truck. All right, bells, let's head out. I'll follow you. At La Push, Jake was waiting for us outside. He ambled casually to my truck as I parked. Need any help, Bella? He asked, his face covered with the familiar, welcoming smile. Yeah, sure, that would be great, I said. Why don't you take the skillets? They're the heaviest. Jake walked over to the passenger side, opened the door and took out the skillets easily with one hand. I can handle more than these, he said. Great. Grab a bag, then, too. He took all the bags, slammed the passenger door's hut with his foot and proceeded to walk back to the house. Charlie, who had pulled up and parked behind me, joined me and we followed Jake inside. Morning, Chief. Bella. Billy was in the living room, watching TV. Good morning. Charlie and I responded simultaneously. I laughed. Well, I said, I'd better get cooking. Jake's in the kitchen, Billy said. I told him to make himself useful. I laughed again. My guess was that Jake would just get under my feet, but it would be nice to have company while I prepared the frittatas. I left Charlie and Billy in the living room and headed for the kitchen. Finding Jake sprawled out on one of the chairs, which looked entirely too small for his huge frame. So what gives? Jake asked. How come you're over here on a Sunday playing Susie Homemaker? Feeling guilty about ditching me yesterday for your other friends. Ditching you? I was confused. We hadn't made any plans for yesterday. I know, he said, but I kind of got used to spending Saturdays with you. What were you doing, anyway? I panicked. I knew if I lied Jake would see right through me. But I also couldn't tell him the truth, especially with Charlie in the next room and within earshot. I went to Olympia with my friends Angela and Ben. I felt the blush spread all over my cheeks. Jake noticed it immediately and his mouth turned up in a wicked grin. He got up and walked over to stand right beside me, leaning to place his lips right against my ear. So that's the official story, he whispered. Now tell me what you were really up to. Later, I whispered back. Please, I added, hoping he would take mercy on me. Jake snorted. Since you ask so nicely, he whispered and moved back. Cool. His voice was back to its usual volume. I bet it was more fun than hanging here with me. Not more fun, I said. Liar. Just different. What did you do yesterday? I started preparing the frittatas as Jake launched into a description of his Saturday activities. From the sound of it, he was plenty busy without me around. I gritted my teeth. Jake was a good friend, but I wished he didn't enjoy teasing me quite as much as he did. He almost gave me a heart attack with that Olympia question. I made pretty quick work of the frittatas and soon I was sliding both skillets under the broiler. While I cooked I had Jake set the table and pour out the orange juice and coffee. Billy and Charlie joined us in the kitchen. Once I served the food, talk turned to sports. I didn't exactly participate in the conversation, but I was grateful I didn't have to make up any lies about my life. "This is great, Bella," Billy said at one point. "Thanks for cooking this morning and for coming out. I haven't seen you in a while." "Yeah," I said lamely, "it's senior year and I've been pretty busy." I threw Jake a desperate glance. This conversation was rapidly heading south. "So what is this thing we're eating?" Jake asked. "Thanks, buddy." I shot him a grateful look. "Sausage, potato and cheese frittata. A free wada frittata. It's an Italian omelet." "Huh," he said, looking at the food on his fork carefully. "It's really good. But what's wrong with American omelets?" "Nothing. I just wanted to do something a little different." Just then the room got darker as a large figure shadowed the glass in the back door. We all turned to see the visitor. "Jake, it's Sam. Get the door," Billy said. Jake scowled, but got up and opened the door. The man who came in was even taller and broader than Jake, something I didn't even know was possible. When he walked into the already crowded kitchen, a dark, hard look in his eyes, it seemed like he drained all of the oxygen out of the atmosphere. I started to feel very uncomfortable. "We need to talk," he said to Billy without exchanging pleasantries with the rest of us. Billy nodded and pushed himself away from the table. He wheeled himself into the living room. Sam followed. "He's definitely back," I heard Sam say, "and there's a new one, too." He was too far out of earshot for us to hear the rest. I looked at Jake, puzzled. He shook his head. His eyes shifted to Charlie subtly, indicating that this wasn't the time to talk. The three of us continued to eat in silence. The atmosphere in the room suddenly very tense. Even thought the source of the tension was gone. I was only too glad to start cleaning up when we all finished eating. Sam was gone in just a few minutes, leaving via the front door. Billy wheeled back into the kitchen and turned back to his food. "What was that all about?" Charlie asked. "Nothing important. Just some tribal business," Billy replied easily. He and Charlie continued to talk as Jake helped me by drying the dishes. When we were done he grabbed my hand and started pulling me out the back door. "Come on, Bella, I have to show you the progress I'm making on my car." I followed without protest. We made it to the shed and sat down. "You spent the whole day with him yesterday, didn't you?" he asked, his voice hard. I sighed. I couldn't lie to Jake. "I did, but you don't have to sound so disapproving." He snorted. "Don't you think it's just a little odd that less than a month after 1C. Ullen dumps you and the whole family splits, you start spending all your time with one of his brothers who just happens to be skulking around without letting anyone know he's back in town?" It was hard to argue with him when he put it like that. Sam thought he had left earlier this week, but I'm sure he was talking about him returning back there. He tilted his head towards the house. "That's how I finally figured out what you were doing yesterday. How did you come up with that Olympia alibi, anyway?" "Ben and Angela really did go to Olympia yesterday. I just didn't go with them. They agreed to cover for me." "Huh, and what did they think you were doing? Did they know about the other Cullen?" "Hell," I corrected him automatically. "No, they don't know. Angela let me get away without giving her details on what I was doing." Jake whistled. "Nice friend. You could have been meeting some pervert you met on the internet or some psycho killer and no one would have been the wiser." "Angela knows I wouldn't do anything like that," I said. "She trusts my judgment." I looked at him pointedly. "I'll trust your judgment when you start showing that you actually make some good decisions," Jake shot back. "I mean, you know I love you like a sister, right? And I'd never let either of my sisters get away with this crap. I just don't get it. It's like any Cullen will do for you." That remark really hurt. I knew nothing could have been further from the truth, but I also knew if Jasper and I decided to be together someday, Everyone in Forks would think exactly what Jake was thinking right now. I frowned. I didn't like the talk that would go on behind my back, but it would be worth it to be with Jasper. You don't understand, I muttered. Explain it, then. Make me understand. I took a deep breath. Was it safe to talk to Jake about this? Why not? I've told him about everything else. Jasper is nothing like Edward, I told him. He's really easy to talk to. We have a lot in common in He's kind of like you. I can tell him anything, be totally myself around him. An angry grimace covered Jake's face. You couldn't be yourself around Edward? He asked. I shook my head. With Edward the First, was always afraid to do anything that would make me seem immature. He hated how immature all of the other girls at school were, and I didn't want to do anything that might make him think I was like them. Jake cursed and I saw his hands curl into fists. Wish I could get my hands on that jerk, he muttered under his breath. Anyway, I said quickly. Jasper's nothing like that, he's completely non-judgmental. We have fun together. Jake looked thoughtful for a moment. It looked like he might relent a little, but then another shadow crossed his face. So you like hanging out with him? I get that, but didn't you say he already had a girlfriend? And weren't you friends with her? I mean, do you really want to hook up with a cheater? Jasper's not cheating, I said vehemently. Nothing's happened between us outside of friendship, and he is going to talk with Alice and tell her everything before anything can happen. They may even end up together, in which case I'll step away. My voice nearly broke as I said this. Reality giving me a swift punch in the gut. Sensing my pain, Jake threw his arm around my shoulders and pulled me closer to him. God, Bella, how do you get yourself into these things? Can't you find a nice unattached guy who isn't a total freak? What about Mike? I know he may be sort of ordinary, but he didn't seem like such a bad guy. And he really likes you. I sighed. I wished it was that easy. I wished I could just turn my feelings on and off and direct them at whoever I wanted. It sure would make my life less complicated. Mike's a good friend, and if Jasper hadn't come back, maybe that would have worked, but not right now. Not while there's a chance. It was Jake's turn to sigh, though his sigh was one of frustration. You're as stubborn as a mule, you know that. Yeah, I agreed, I know. We heard the back door to the house open and Charlie bellowed, Jake, the game will start soon, we're heading over to the Clearwaters. Be right there, Jake yelled back. Come on, he said to me. You'd better get back. You're seeing Mike today, right? Having dinner with him. He gave me a sly smile. I rolled my eyes. I guess Charlie's been talking again. But maybe this one time it wasn't such a bad thing, if it got Jake to back off a little. And I didn't have to tell him I was going to see Jasper too. It's just a school project, I said. Sure, but you don't want to be late, he said as he winked at me. I rolled my eyes. What was it about him and Charlie that kept pushing me towards Mike? I thought you were on my side on the whole Mike thing, I complained. Lesser of two evils, Bella. Lesser of two evils. But you know I'll always be there to run interference to if you need it. Jake helped me load my cooking implements into the truck and off to join everyone at Harry and Sue's, waving as he departed. I couldn't help but smile as I watched him. Jake gave me a lot of grief sometimes, but I knew when push came to shove he would always be in my corner. Driving out of La Push to Jasper's house, I was both excited and nervous. The excitement was something I'd come to expect any time I thought about seeing Jasper. The nervousness was due to my knowledge that he would soon be leaving for Alaska to discuss things with Alice. Plus Jasper's attitude this morning wasn't helping. I had forgotten about it while I was at Jake's, but now I found myself wondering what could possibly have had Jasper so concerned. I was so focused on my thoughts I almost missed the tall figure standing by the side of the road near the sign indicating the boundary of the Quileute Reservation. The figure looked familiar, and as I pulled closer I realized that it was Jasper. My stomach tightened up. I couldn't understand why he would be waiting for me here instead of at his house. What if someone had seen him? I pulled over at the side of the road and waited for him to get in on the passenger side. Jasper, what's wrong? Why are you here? What if someone sees us together? My anxiety caused the words to come out rushed and clipped. I'll explain everything later. For now let's just drive to my house. His voice was calm, which helped me settle down a little. I threw the truck into gear and got back on the road. Hey, darlin', it's good to see you, Jasper said as he reached for my hand. You look beautiful. I blushed. I liked hearing the compliment. Thanks. You look pretty great yourself. I snuck a peek at him from the corner of my eye. Great didn't even begin to describe it. His hair was a bit more tousled than normal, giving him a rakish look. He wore light gray Dockers and a pale, moss green button-down shirt with a banded collar. The long sleeves were rolled up to a 3/4 length, exposing some of his arms. Now that I knew what to look for, I could discern some of the barely visible scars, which only made him more attractive to me. I shivered slightly and focused my eyes back on the road. How was brunch? He asked, somewhat reluctantly. Fine. Jake and I got into an argument about you. What the heck did I just say that for? Did I accidentally put truth serum into the frittata? Oh, Jasper raised one eyebrow. Why would you be talking about me with Jake? He figured out that I spent the day with you yesterday and he didn't approve. I wasn't aware we needed his approval. Jasper's tone was decidedly unfriendly. He sort of sees me as a sister. So he's very protective. A sister? Huh. Jasper snorted in disbelief. Yes, a sister. He doesn't like the fact that you're Edward's brother and that you're not single. Jasper considered this and some of the resentment lifted off his face. I suppose he's right about that, so I guess I could see why he would be concerned. It's none of his business, I muttered, slightly resentful. I couldn't believe Jasper was actually taking Jake's side. If I had to choose someone worthy of you, Bella, I wouldn't exactly pick me either. You deserve so much more. Stop it. Stop treating me like I'm not smart enough to know what I want or what's good for me. I was getting mad. This was exactly the problem in my relationship with Edward. No, Bella, that's not what I'm doing. If I had to choose someone for you I might select someone different, but I'm smart enough to recognize that I have no say in your choice, and I'm damn glad. Because as I told you last night, I'm extremely selfish. And I'm absolutely thrilled your definition of who's good enough for you is different from mine. My anger was gone instantly and I smiled. We were at the Cullens' driveway now, and I pulled off the road to complete the last 3 miles of the drive. Good, I said, because as Jacob recognized earlier today, I'm as stubborn as they get and none of you will be able to change my mind. I made my choice and I'm absolutely convinced I chose the perfect man for me. I parked in front of the house and the realization that I was about to find out why Jasper met me out on the road. Instead of here made me nervous all over again. Jasper was out of the truck and opening my door before I could reach for the handle. He helped me out of the truck and pulled me into a tight embrace. He hug felt a little too urgent and desperate to calm my already frayed nerves. Jasper released me without a word and we walked to the house. He locked the door after we walked in, something I didn't think I had seen him do before. We settled in on the living room sofa. All right, no more stalling. I need to know what's happening, I demanded. Jasper grabbed both of my hands in his. I know, I sigh. I would leave for Alaska this afternoon, but there's been a slight change of plans. My brow furrowed. What's going on? Last night, after I dropped you off, I came home and changed, then went out hunting. It's what I usually do while you're sleeping. While I was out I crossed a familiar scent. It's Laurent, Bella. He's here. My heart stopped for a second before resuming its beat. I was certain. In my face was turning 30 shades of white. I probably looked as pale as Jasper. He squeezed my hands reassuringly. As soon as I knew he was here I came over to your house and I've been watching you ever since. The only time you've been out of my sight is when you were at La Push, and there, well, I knew you would be safe there. I can't leave you alone to find him, but we know from Alice that he will come looking for you. And I'll be waiting for him when he does. How long? I don't know, darlin'. We'll just have to wait and see. But I assure you, you will be perfectly safe. I would never let anything happen to you. We just have to put a few simple rules in place. All right, I nodded. And you'll have to swear that you'll do as I ask, okay? It can't be like Phoenix. You'll have to trust me. Understand? Yes. My voice sounded weak even to me. Bella, I know what I'm doing, remember. This is not a problem, just an inconvenience. Everything will be all right. Do you still trust me? Yes. My voice was a degree stronger. As terrified as I was, I trusted him absolutely. Okay. From now on you'll only go to the usual places. School, work, home. That's it. It will reduce the area I have to cover and help me find his scent if he crosses it. Makes sense. I nodded again. I won't be able to see you again until I get him, so I want you to carry the phone with you at all times. You say it to tell me exactly where you're going or any other time you need to talk to me and I'll do the same. Agreed. I shook my head. What? Why? Why won't you be able to see me? He sighed. I don't like it any more than you do, darlin'. But I won't be able to really hunt while I'm guarding you and it would just be too dangerous for me to be too close to you. I think I have enough control, but I'm not willing to take that chance. But we'll keep in touch. We'll talk. You might even be able to see me sometimes while we do. I just won't be able to get too close. You understand, right? I guess so. But you'll be so thirsty. What about other humans? I'm sure some smaller animals will cross my path to help, and other humans are not nearly as compelling as you. I'll be fine. He paused, and I nodded to indicate my understanding. So call me, please, as often as possible, 'cause I'll really be missing you. Okay. He moved his right hand up to my cheek. I leaned into it like a cat, rubbing my face against his hand. I had been prepared to miss him when he left the state, but having him here, so close, and not being able to be with him, was going to be unbearable. I hate this, Jasper, I whispered. I know, Bella. Believe me, I know. I hate it too, but it's only temporary. What if it's not? How long can you do this without really hunting? What if you get really thirsty and he still hasn't shown? I've thought about that. I'll give it a week. After that, I'll call Emmett. With the two of us here it should be easy work. He can guard you and I'll hunt Laurent down. I shivered. The tone of his voice left little to the imagination. I knew exactly what he was going to do to Laurent once he found him. Do you have to kill him, Jasper? I mean, if he doesn't do anything bad. If he doesn't try to attack me or other humans. Maybe you could just give him a warning and scare him away. Jasper dropped his hand from my cheek and looked away for a moment, then turned back to me. I'll have to judge the situation when it gets here. I can't promise anything, darlin'. If I feel he's a danger to you, a warning will not suffice. I know, all I can ask is that you consider other options. Obviously you'll know best what has to be done. I trust you completely. Thank you, he said, that means a lot. So back to the rules. 1. Familiar places only. 2. Use the phone. 3. Scream. I raised my eyebrow. Since I'm still trying to keep a low profile and not reveal to people in Forks that I'm back, I may not always be able to see you, but I'll always be within shouting distance. So if anything happens at all, yell or scream for me. I'm just telling you this as a precaution. He will never get that close to you. But I wanted to let you know just in case. If anything happens where you need my help and can't call me. Even if it has nothing to do with Laurent, just scream and I'll be there. The thought that I might ever need this strangely human form of alarm made me afraid again. I really hated all this, hated that once again I had to deal with a stalker vampire, even if he didn't seem as intent on killing me as James had. Most of all I hated that his presence would delay everything. Delay Jasper's conversation with Alice and the time when I would know whether Jasper and I had a future together or not. I knew a week for Jasper must seem like a blink of an eye. For me it loomed like an eternity. I could only hope that Laurent would make his move soon. I didn't want to have to explain to people next week why I couldn't do things with them. I remembered my promise Mike to go to the bonfire at First Beach with him Saturday. I decided that I wouldn't say anything about that yet. Maybe it wouldn't be an issue. If the situation dragged on, I could always cancel at the last minute. Bella, since I probably won't be able to come back here until I deal with Laurent, I need to get some things together. I was hoping I could store them in our truck, since I will be near your house whenever you're there. Is that all right? Of course. And I have to go upstairs to get everything, but I don't feel comfortable leaving you down here unprotected. Will you come with me? I nodded. We got up and walked upstairs together to the room he used to share with Alice. I suspected seeing that room would be difficult, and I wasn't wrong. I felt her presence everywhere. A painful reminder that by falling in love with Jasper I was intruding, stepping on someone else's property. Looking around I saw aspects of Jasper and Alice's personalities perfectly intertwined and I wondered how he could even think he would be able to separate himself from the woman who had obviously been his other half for so many years. Undoubtedly sensing my sadness and discomfort, Jasper osted quickly around the room gathering the things he needed. A few changes of clothes, some electronics, a few books. I wondered about the electronics. He wouldn't exactly be near an outlet. How will you keep all this charged? I have spare batteries and there are outdoor outlets everywhere, Bella. There's one at your house at a fairly inconspicuous location. I should be able to set up a charging station without a problem. Oh, he thought of everything. He really was a master of strategy. Bella, these clothes, he pointed to what he was wearing, might be a little too dressy for vampire hunting, so I'm going to change. I'll just be in the bathroom and I'll keep the door ajar. Please stay here. All right. Sure. For the first time since he told me about Laurent, color returned to my cheeks. The thought of him changing in the next room without even a closed door between us increased my body temperature by several degrees. I looked down at the carpet, embarrassed. He crossed the room and was next to me in a flash, lifting my chin to make me look at him. You are so beautiful, Bella, he said, his gold eyes locked on mine, and that blush, he stroked my cheek with his hand, drives me to distraction. I can't manifest it as easily as you can without embarrassing us both, but believe me, thinking of you has a similar effect on me. I was sure my blush deepened by several degrees and I stepped into him, pressing my face against his chest so that he couldn't actually see me. Then, suddenly aware that standing so close to him could provoke one of those embarrassing reactions, I hastily stepped away. Jasper chuckled. It's all right, Bella, he whispered in my ear, his cool breath sending shivers through me that had nothing to do with temperature. I've had many years to master that aspect of my self-control. You're perfectly safe around me, at least as long as you want to be. He looked at me, raising both of his eyebrows comically. I laughed, glad that he elected to defuse the situation. Just go change. Already, I said, trying to push him towards the bathroom. My efforts were just about as successful as me trying to move a brick wall. Wow, Bella, he teased. If only I knew sooner how eager you were to get me out of my clothes. I rolled my eyes. Give me a break. It's not like you're going to put on a show. Not unless you want me to, he teased again, untucking his shirt and reaching for the top button. I rolled my eyes again. If you don't quit that, I'm going back downstairs. Jasper was instantly serious. No, please stay here. I'll be right back. He disappeared into the bathroom and I sat down on the edge of the bed. I wasn't even thinking about what he was doing in the other room. Reality had just dumped a cold bucket of water on me and all I could think about was how, once again, I was being hunted and in need of protection. Absent-mindedly I ran my fingers over my scar and shivered, this time from fear. Suddenly Jasper was sitting next to me and I was in his arms. No one will ever get close enough to you to do that again, he promised. Not as long as I'm around to do anything about it. After Jasper packed up his things into a small sports bag, we went back downstairs, knowing we only had a couple of hours together. I wanted these hours to be happy, to make a good memory I could hold on to for as long as Jasper and I had to be apart. So I did my best to bury my fear and depression and asked to do the one thing we would not be able to do for a while: watch some more episodes of Firefly. This time, Jasper didn't watch me from afar. Instead, I was tightly wrapped in a warm blanket as I sat between his legs, leaning back against his chest, encircled by his strong arms. I threw my head back, resting it against his right shoulder. He leaned his head forward so that our cheeks touched. Periodically he swept his head down along my left shoulder, inhaling my scent, as he did that first time in the kitchen. If anything, his actions had an even bigger impact on me than they did then, but after our discussion the previous night, I also tapped into a previously undiscovered source of self-restraint. I wanted to be with Jasper, but not until he was truly free to be with me. And now that I knew I could no longer fully count on him to stop me from taking that first step down the road to hell, it somehow became easier to police myself. Jasper didn't let me go when the shows were over. Instead, he pulled me ever closer to him. "It's killing me to let you go, you know that, right?" he growled. "To give up this precious time with you so you can spend it with Newton, discussing love poetry." I sighed. I'm not exactly jumping for joy about it either, but there's nothing I can do. There is no other time this week we can work on it. Besides, his parents are expecting me for dinner. I turned my head to look at him. "You know I'd much rather stay here with you. I just hope the kid behaves himself and doesn't get any ideas." He paused. "Any more ideas than he already has, that is." I smiled. Now that I knew the real reason behind Jasper's attitude towards Mike, I found it endearing. "His ideas aren't really all that relevant, are they?" I asked. "Not if he doesn't act on them. He wouldn't try anything in his house with his parents right there without my consent, and you know he won't have that." I tugged his arms until he loosened them enough for me to stand up. I unwrapped myself from the blanket, folded it and placed it on the sofa. Jasper stood up next to me and pulled me into his arms again. T's embrace was as desperate as the first hug he gave me when we arrived, and I returned it with similar emotion. "It's only a little more time, darlin'," he said softly. "Soon Laurent will be gone and I will speak with Alice and then we can start over, together." I sighed against his chest. I wasn't sure if he was trying to reassure me or himself. He made it sound so easy, so inevitable, but I knew things were never that simple. Not in my life. I couldn't let myself believe that everything was going to be fine. All of my experience led me to other conclusions. I could hope for the best, but I had to prepare for anything. "It's getting late," I said, as I pulled away. "I have to get going if I'm going to make it to Mike's on time." Jasper grabbed his bag and we walked back out to the truck together. We didn't speak and the atmosphere was thick with tension neither one of us knew how to diffuse. I let him out a few blocks away from the Newtons' home and drove myself the rest of the way. In the driveway I took a big breath, pasted on a fake smile, and headed for the front door. Mike must have been waiting for me, because he opened the door before I even had a chance to press the doorbell. His smile was far more genuine than mine. "Hey, Bella, come on in." He motioned for me to come inside. The Newtons lived in a newer house, one much larger than Charlie's. The beautifully furnished, and decorated living and dining rooms were visible from the front hall and looked more like magazine layouts than rooms in a real home. Mike shrugged when we noticed my appraisal. "My mom likes to decorate," he explained. "And we almost never use this part of the house. Do you want something to drink before we go up to my room?" I gulped. I suppose I should have realized we would be working in his room. But hearing him say it was a little shocking. "It's just a room, Bella. He probably has his computer in there." "Sure," I said. "Come on in." He moved down the hall and I followed him into the area of the house that the family apparently actually used. There was a large kitchen, a dinette and a family room. Mike's mom was preparing something on the stove. "Hi Mrs. Newton," I said. "Hello, dear," she smiled at me. "Do you kids need a snack while you work? Dinner won't be ready for another couple of hours." "I'll grab some chips," Mike said. "What would you like to drink, Bella. We have soda, water, juice. Some soda would be great. I was surprised at how comfortable this felt, warm and welcoming. I started to relax. Jasper's jealousy had put me on edge regarding Mike, but I could see now there was nothing to worry about. He was just my friend and we were just going to study. A perfectly normal human activity, no different than hanging out in Jake's garage. I smiled in relief and D followed Mike as he grabbed a couple of cans of soda and a bag of chips and headed back out into the hallway and up the stairs. Have fun, his mom called behind us, and make sure those chips aren't all over the floor. I stepped into Mike's room cautiously, not sure what to expect. It was obvious that his family was well off. The room was large and Mike had his own computer, a flat-screen TV, some sort of video game console and an entertainment system. His full-size bed didn't take up nearly as much available space as my twin-size bed did in my room. His walls were decorated with athletic-themed posters and memorabilia, including a shelf of his own trophies. What really caught my eye, though, was the well-stocked bookshelf. I walked over to examine the titles. He had some classics as well as thrillers, spy novels and mysteries by best-selling authors. Judging by the titles, there were also quite a few historical novels. I pulled one out at random, The Archer's Tale by Bernard Cornwell, and read the synopsis on the back. You really like to read, I said, looking back at him and not quite able to disguise my surprise. He looked down and rubbed the back of his neck with his right hand. Yeah, don't tell anyone, though. He looked back up at me, it would ruin my representative. No worries, I can keep a secret. This looks interesting, I said, lifting the book in my hand. Oh yeah, he said enthusiastically. That one is great. It's actually the first in a series about an archer in 14th century Europe. The descriptions of the battle scenes are fantastic. I smiled, returning the book to the shelf. I reached for another one, Pompeii by Robert Harris. And this one? I asked. That one is about the Mt. Vesuvius explosion from the point of view of a Roman aqueduct engineer. Again, the descriptions of everything preceding the explosion and the aftermath are just awesome. I returned the second book to the shelf and looked at Mike carefully, almost as if I were seeing him for the first time. This was a side of him I never knew before, and I really liked it. I always knew he was more than a dumb jock, that he was far more kind and friendly and smart than most guys his age, but I never expected him to be so passionate about historical fiction, and it made me wonder how many more secrets Mike kept from us to make himself seem more stereotypical than he really was. These sound really good, Mike. Maybe I can borrow one sometime. Sure. Take Pompeii first. I think you'd really like it. Okay, I said, reaching back for the book and shoving it into my bag. Thanks. I'll give it back to you as soon as I'm done. Take your time, no rush. We both stayed silent for a minute, not quite knowing what to say next. Finally I remembered the reason I was there in the first place. So, I said as I sat on the edge of his bed and pulled out Carlyle's books, did you choose a poem yet? Not quite, he answered, settling in his desk chair. I have a couple I'm considering. As hoping you could help me make the final choice. All right, let's hear them. Well, the first one is called, Witch Wife. She is neither pink nor pale. And she never will be all mine. She learned her hands in a fairy tale. And her mouth on a valentine. She has more hair than she needs. In the sun '''tis a woe to me. And her voice is a string of colored beads. Or steps leading into the sea. She loves me all that she can. And her ways to my ways resign. But she was not made for any man. And she never will be all mine. The second, he continued, is called, A Dream Girl. You will come one day in a waver of love. Tender as dew, impetuous as rain. The tan of the sun will be on your skin. The purr of the breeze in your murmuring speech. You will pose with a hill flower grace. You will come, with your slim, expressive arms. A poise of the head no sculptor has caught. And nuances spoken with shoulder and neck. Your face in pass and repass of moods. As many as skies in delicate change. Of cloud and blue and flimmering sun. Yet, You may not come, O girl of a dream. We may but pass as the world goes by, and take from a look of eyes into eyes, a film of hope and a memoried day. He stopped and looked at me, trying to gauge my reaction. I was dumbstruck. Again, I had let my preconceived notions take over, and assumed the poems Mike would choose would be the simple, roses are red, violets are blue, garden variety love poems. I never expected him to select such heartfelt poetry. I noticed that both poems had a common theme, each one expressed uncertainly about the author's ability to fully capture the perfect lover. And in each poem the lover was idealized, beyond the natural. I looked at Mike carefully, trying to see what was going on beneath the surface. At that point I realized that Jasper had been right. Mike may have been willing to mask his feelings until I was ready, but this did not eliminate them, and they were clearly manifesting themselves through his choice of poetry. Obviously agreeing to be his partner on this project had not been the best idea. Which one do you like, Bella? Mike asked quietly, cautiously. I'm kind of leaning towards the second one, myself. I like them both, I answered honestly. That last one is a good choice. Especially if you're in love with a girl and aren't quite sure if you will ever be with her or not. Yeah, I thought so too. Not too long and not too complicated, you know. Easy to understand. Yes, I agreed. Easy to understand. I wished I had enough guts to veto this selection, since I had no idea how I could possibly explain in front of the class why I thought this was Mike's favorite, but I remembered what I told Jasper, and I knew I couldn't force Mike to choose a poem that was completely lacking in meaning. His grade was depending on this assignment too. What about you? He asked. Did you pick yours? I like this poem called The Kiss. I read it to him, watching for his reaction. He considered it and looked at me thoughtfully. It's not one I would have expected you to pick as your favorite, he finally said. I like it, he quickly added. It's just that I would have expected something a little more traditional. He clearly had a better understanding of me than I of him, which shouldn't have surprised me, but did. I tried to step a bit outside my comfort zone for this assignment, I explained. At first the traditional poems stood out, but then I forced myself to really look at other works and this one seemed really right. You like that the author commingles the sexual and intellectual images. I was so shocked I literally sat back a little. I hadn't thought of the poem that way. The idea of an intellectual romance appealed to me, but I hadn't considered that Stephen Duncombe. In the two aspects of love with his words. My eyes narrowed a bit as I looked at Mike. This was a completely new side of him. Not the easygoing, flirty jock, or the prankster, or the shoulder-to-lean-on friend. This was the Mike other people didn't get to see, the throatful, contemplative, insightful Mike. Yeah, I guess so, I admitted, though I really hadn't thought of it in exactly those terms. He laughed. Good. Don't do it now, then. Leave that little insight for my part of the assignment. I chuckled. You got it. What about you and your dream girl? You like it because you're a romantic, but a realist too. Guilty as charged, but it's more than that. The description of the dream girl is perfect. Rather, it's a perfect description of you. My stomach muscled clenched painfully. Jasper had warned me, and still I hadn't expected this. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Mike, I paused, not knowing what exactly was the right thing to say. It's okay, Bella. I mean, I know. I understand. Like the poem says, it may never happen. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. But you know how I feel, and I know you were smart enough to figure out why I liked this poem, even without me stating the obvious. So I just thought, I would put it out there, so we didn't have to avoid talking about the elephant in the room. I smiled. I've never been compared to an elephant before, I teased. Hey, if the trunk fits. I took a toss pillow off the bed and chucked it in his direction. It landed well short of my intended target. Oh, it's gonna be like that, is it? He said threateningly, leaning forward to pick up the pillow. No fair, I cried. You actually have hand-eye coordination. He laughed as he put down the pillow. You know I wouldn't. I can't pick on someone half my size. I laughed too, surprised that I was actually having fun and that things weren't at all awkward. We drank our sodas and ate the chips, taking care not to drop any on the floor. Then we went back to work on the project, printing out copies of each other's poems and jotting down notes for our presentations. Just as we were finishing and I was packing away my books, Mrs. Newton called from downstairs to let us know dinner was ready. Perfect timing, Mike said. We walked down together to the dinette. I exchanged greetings with Mr. Newton, who must have just come back from the store, and we all sat down to eat. Mrs. Newton asked us about the project as we ate the delicious pot roast she prepared for us, and, to my never-ending surprise, I found myself enjoying this part of the evening as well. Just for a little while I forgot about Edward, Alice, Laurent, and even Jasper, and simply enjoyed this very natural human moment. After dinner Mike walked me out to my truck. So we're in pretty good shape for Thursday, right? Yes. Great shape. Thanks. You made this a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. That was the plan, he said. See you at school tomorrow. He pushed the door to the truck closed and backed up a few steps. See you, I said, loudly enough for him to hear me, before backing out of the drive. As I turned my head to make sure the street was clear I spotted Jasper's bag. And instantly remembered that he had to be here somewhere, guarding me. I felt absolutely horrible for allowing myself to forget. I backed into the road and drove to my house, keeping to the speed limit to make it easier for Jasper to follow. Charlie's cruiser was already in the driveway when I arrived, so I grabbed my bag and the kitchen stuff and went straight into the house. How did the project go? Charlie yelled from the living room. I walked in to find him on the sofa, watching TV. Great. We're pretty much done. I won't have to do much this week. Good. Did you have a nice time? Yeah, I admitted. The Newtons are really nice. They are. Really nice. Good family. Raised their boy well. Spreading it on a little thick. Dad, I said. Don't push it. Right. Not pushing. Glad you had fun. Me too. But now I'm going to put away the stuff from this morning and then go upstairs. I have some other homework to do. When I got to my room, I realized that I really didn't have that much to do. I finished my Spanish and math assignments fairly quickly and didn't feel like preparing for the chemistry lab we would be doing the next day. I sat on my bed, hugging my pillow and missing Jasper. I wanted to call him, but a part of me dreaded learning his reaction to my afternoon at Mike's. Eventually, the part of me that missed him won out and I pulled out my phone. Hello, Bella. He answered on the first ring. I wondered how long you were going to wait to call. Hi Jasper. I would have called earlier, but, I hesitated. Just how honest was I prepared to be with him? But what, darlin'? I decided I had to tell him the truth. But I wasn't sure how you were going to react to the whole Mike thing. He sighed. I suppose I deserve that, he said. I haven't exactly behaved rationally before. And I can't pretend that it was easy listening to the two of you tonight, especially when he explained about the poem. But I trust your judgment, Bella. And you certainly were more right than I was about today. For the most part Mike held himself in check. Thanks for acknowledging that. I got a little nervous there for a while, but it didn't last long. So, where are you right now? I'm in the woods behind your house. I found a pretty good lookout point on one of the trees. I'm high enough that I can see if anyone approaches the house from any direction. I tried to imagine Jasper perched in a tree like a hunter. The dark green and black clothes he had changed into this afternoon would certainly help him blend in with the vegetation. I knew he would be able to stay out there forever, never getting tired, never losing balance, never needing a bathroom break. He was absolutely the ideal surveillant, and I knew as long as he watched over the house, Charlie and I would be perfectly safe. I also knew that what I really wanted was to have him inside with me, rather than somewhere out there watching. And that's when it hit me that, at least for this one last night, that wish could be a reality. Jasper, can I ask you a favor? Anything, darlin', would you? My voice broke. Would you spend tonight with me? He was silent. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. I quickly explained. I just meant that you'd hunted last night, so you should still be fine around me tonight, right? So why waste that? Why couldn't you come over and stay with me in my room? We could have a few more hours together before you won't be able to be near me. Please. He didn't answer immediately. Yes, he said eventually, I'll be over soon. Crack open your bedroom window. I practically ran to the window, feeling a sense of déjà vu as I lifted the lower sash just a bit. It had been a while since a vampire spent the night in this room with me. Jasper and I hadn't had that kind of a relationship, we still didn't. But if ever there was a night to make an exception, it was this night, and I was glad I had enough guts to ask. Jasper, climb. Ed through the window a few moments later. I walked up to him and we exchanged a long hug. I've missed you, I said. After being together all day yesterday, this is really hard. I've missed you too, darling. And I've had fewer distractions. I just hope Laurent makes his move sooner rather than later. I looked up at him. No sign of him yet, I take it. None at all, but I'm sure he's still in the area. And he'll make a mistake at some point. Jasper steered me towards the bed and we both sat down. Maybe you could call Alice to see if she's seen anything else. He shook his head. She would have called me herself if she saw anything definite, I think, and if I called her I would have to tell her about you, and we both agreed that would be better done in person. I nodded. Then I had another idea. What about Emmett? If you called him for help right away instead of waiting, you could find Laurent faster. I considered that, but as dense as Emmett is sometimes, I think even he would recognize how I feel about you. And I don't want anyone else to know before I have a chance to speak with Alice. So I want to avoid calling him unless it's absolutely necessary. So for now, it just is what it is. I'm afraid so, Bella. But at worst it will only be a week. That's not so long, even for a human. I was glad he could joke about I remembered the few days we spent apart the previous IOUS week and how hard it was for both of us. I didn't think this week was going to be any easier. Still, I had to concede that Jasper had thought of everything and his plan was the best one we had. I sighed. A week really wasn't that long. Even if right now it felt like an eternity. To take my mind off the subject at hand, I started talking about music again, knowing that we never got far in our conversation last night. After a while we laid down on the bed, mostly for my comfort, and continued talking until we heard Charlie making his way upstairs. I panicked, but Jasper merely ghosted to Saint, and behind the door so that he was hidden when Charlie knocked and stuck his head in to tell me good night. When he was done in the bathroom I grabbed my night clothes and toiletries and headed for the bathroom myself. I got ready for bed quickly but didn't rush back, suddenly extremely nervous. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves and walked back into the bedroom, turning off the light before I even closed the door. I knew Jasper would be able to see just fine without the light, but the darkness provided me with an illusion of concealment. I was still super self-conscious as I crawled under my quilt and turned to my side. With my back to Jasper. He moved up next to me, wrapping his arm around me. You don't know how often I've thought about being with you like this. His soft voice made me tremble. I knew I shouldn't ask. But I couldn't help myself. You've thought about this, really? He murmured. I've imagined lying just like this next to you and sharing another of my favorite poems with you. What's the poem? I asked, my lids feeling heavier and heavier. It's called Variations on the Word Sleep, by Margaret Atwood. I would like to watch you sleeping. Which may not happen. I would like to watch you sleeping. I would like to sleep with you, to enter your sleep as its smooth dark wave slides over my head, and walk with you through that lucent, wavering forest of blue-green leaves, with its watery sun and 3 moons, towards the cave where you must descend, towards your worst fear. I would like to give you the silver branch, the small white flower, the one word that will protect you from the grief at the center of your dream, from the grief at the center. I would like to follow you up the long stairway again and become the boat that would row you back, carefully, aflame, in 2 cupped hands, To where your body lies. Beside me, and you enter. It as easily as breathing in. I would like to be the air that inhabits you for a moment. Only, I would like to be that unnoticed. And that necessary. That's an amazing poem, Jasper, I whispered. You'll have to read it to me again, when I'm not so tired. I punctuated my statement with a yawn. I will, darlin', I will. For now, just go to sleep. I closed my eyes and started drifting away as he sang. Sometimes I watch you while you sleep. I know you're somewhere in a dream. And I'll cradle you in my arms tonight. We will continue in next part.